That's what it is. It's an experience. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. We are live. And not on any day. No, not just any day. It's day one of the 12 working days of Christmas. Today is a biggie. And thank you for being with us. Greg will join us for the main show. He saw about 1 a.m. As he was going home. Thompson Warriors win the Class 7A state championship in football. So congratulations to Coach Taylor Burgess and the Thompson Warriors, Coach Freeman and the crew. And Greg will come in with lots of stories I know from the road. But went home, got a little bit of a nap, and headed back in today for the main show. So we're Gregless, but we still got the crew here. Oh, Eddie Van Adler, he's got TV. How are y'all? Yesterday's Big Boy Good Night Alive. Hearing from a lot of you that enjoyed that on YouTube. That was a lot of fun. And over to my right, focused, ready to go, having the Chosen hoodie on, fired up, but wishes he would get a little bit better. Still stopped up. Ready for the day, though. Got a beard rocking. It's coming on in, my friend. It's one Michael Helms. What's up, guy? How you doing, man?
You know, I've had the beard for about a year now.
I know, but it's
new
just,
for me.
It's just really coming in now, though.
Well, I
don't know what it is. You're letting it come on in a little bit, letting it grow.
You know, I got me new trimmer, so I've been trimming it every once in a while.
Yeah.
But this is the first time. I'm 43, and I've gone a full year with a beard.
Right.
And I got to tell you, I don't see it coming off anytime soon. I don't know what that is. Amanda likes it. That's my wife.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Yeah. You know, I have a little bit of facial hair here, and I guess maybe 2 years ago, Terry said, why don't you shave that? And then I shaved it, and she said, no, put it back on. Like I could just.
That's kind of what happened.
Put it back on, and I'm like, well, honey, give me a second. I got to grow it back.
I always do this at the year ender. I kind of stop shaving at the year ender. And then I shave before we come back here, so y'all don't have to see it. Mm-hmm. Well, that was kind of the plan last year. Yeah. And then I shaved it off, and Amanda was like, no, you need to kind of what Terry did to you.
Yeah.
I'd like to see that back. So I just slowly but surely grew it back out.
Yeah.
It's been here to stay.
Well,
I finally invested in a trimmer that actually halfway works.
Okay.
And it helps me tremendously kind of manicure. I mean, not manicure, we keep it going.
Right.
Are you manicuring your beard?
I mean, what are we doing here? Are we manicuring? We've got a busy day today.
Yes, we do. We had a busy day yesterday.
We did.
So a lot to recap and a lot to get to today.
We've had a lot happening, a lot going on. I'm sitting here just looking at the 12 working days of Christmas, and
I always try to pick what we're going day one. I think I know what we're going to do.
Yeah?
Yeah. I'm going to keep it a secret, though.
Okay.
And I may be off, but I think it's going to be in a blue box. That's what I think we'll do.
Oh, you
today.
do?
Yeah.
Okay. We have got, and they'll run the list here, but just looking at it, we've got an Apple HomePod Mini, a SunPack 12-inch rainbow vlogging kit with a lavalier mic, Bluetooth remote for your smartphone. Now, that's for all of you, podcasters or whatever, where you can light the room up and have good lighting, which a lot of people are doing. Not even just Zoom meetings in general.
Business people, people out there that are still at home working.
Yeah, and even you college students that apparently have Zoom classes all the time because some meet, some don't.
You'll take that business meeting to the all new level.
Yep. We got an Amazon Echo 8 second-generation smart display with Alexa. That's nice. Apple AirPods second generation with the charging case and everything. Bose TV speaker, Bluetooth soundbar. It includes the Bose TV speaker, the Bluetooth soundbar, optical cable, remote control. It's really neat.
I don't give those soundbars enough.
Yeah, they're nice. Once you have a soundbar, you'll always have a soundbar.
I need one for one of the rooms in the house.
Oculus Quest 2. Their most advanced new all-in-one VR headset. That's a nice one. Nintendo Switch, but now this isn't just the Nintendo Switch. It's got the whole shebang. It's in a box. It's got the Mario Kart 8 Deluxe downloadable 3-month Nintendo Switch online membership. It's got the whole thing.
Kid and caboodle.
Yes, everything's in that one box. We talk a lot about Simply Safe. We've got the outdoor camera home security system. It's got the base station. It's got the keypad, 2 wireless outdoor cameras. They've got 3 entry sensors, key fob, including 1 free month of 24/7 pro monitoring as well, part of the system.
Yeah.
And then we got the DJI Mini 2 Fly More combo. It's the drone setup. You got 4-time digital zoom. I mean, it just goes on and on. This is a really nice system. And there's a few other things. We've got, I think Bubba said, some cards and stuff that we're going to give away. People sometimes just like, hey, you got gift cards or what's the deal here? Just go get what you want. I think that's going to be a part of it. But this one here, the Bumpernets Game Room Package. You know, we've got Bumpernets pinball machine in here, the Avengers pinball machine that you always see behind Rick. They have got a package they put together that consists of dartboard cabinet set that includes the dartboard with darts, a butterfly family table tennis set, which is kind of cool for the family. It's a smaller, fun table for the family. It's a pretty cool little deal. Plus, they've got a foosball table, and this thing is really nice. Total package is worth around $2,500. And so you're talking about a nice setup. You got one there with the dartboard cabinet set with darts and the board and all that kind of stuff.
That'll change a playroom in a minute.
Family table tennis setup and a foosball table setup. You kidding me? And that's just going to get the day going here. We don't know. Elf Bubba sometimes just looks up at the wall and he just points to something and says, all right, here's what we got. And we'll see how that plays out. But good luck to all of you. Don't forget.
What are they listening for?
Oh, here we go.
You know I love this. I like stirring it up.
Yeah. Well, you're listening for this. This is don't call now.
Yeah.
Do not.
We're not doing it now.
Yeah. This is just you.
Oh, such a glorious sound.
And so we'll hit that, and when we do, it's on.
It is.
It is on. I love to try to distract Rick too, because sometimes we'll go, oh, we'll take the 150th caller. Yeah. And he's like, 1, 2, 3, 4. You know, you get off.
You get to about 74, it's tough to keep going.
I know how you picked 74.
Don't know why. It's the first thing that popped in my mind.
I was thinking 63.
Of all the numbers between 1 and 150, 74 just stood out to me.
So we've got that happening today. The Wheel of Meat could spin. Like I said, Greg will join us at top of the hour with the main show. And today we've got Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, with James Brandt. He's friend of the show, but also he is a retired supervisory special agent for the FBI.
Oh.
And currently a firearms instructor in advanced training in the use of firearms. And we've got a lot of news. I don't know if you know this, that current court, cases out, some that just were decided just around firearm safety. Unfortunately, we've had some school shootings here recently. We're going to really jump into this with
we've had shootings on movie sets.
Yes, James Brandt.
Guns are always
Speaking
in the
of
news.
that, so Alec Baldwin sat down with Stephanopoulos with ABC, and apparently tonight is a big sit-down interview, his first since the incident on the movie set of Rust, and he's claiming in the video that he didn't pull the trigger.
So and he doesn't give details. This is an unfair question to you because we talked about this in the break. He just says it went off. Like he said he would never take a gun of any kind and point it at anybody and pull the trigger. So he doesn't really, in the promo they give, he doesn't really they don't give you the details of what he actually did. But the way it's portrayed in the writings is he just picked it up and kind of was, and it went off. And that's strange. He's claiming somebody loaded a bullet.
Yeah. Isn't that bizarre? That's so bizarre because he's insinuating in the interview, to your point, that basically sabotage, that someone got a live round on the set. He didn't know there was a live round in it, but he would never, ever point a gun at someone and pull the trigger, and that it just went off or something to that effect. He says he did not pull the trigger. So who knows? But that's tonight, I think, apparently.
Yeah.
And we'll see how that goes. But that's kind of the things we'll be talking about in this week's podcast of Rick and Bubba University from a retired FBI agent and current firearms instructor. And, boy, I tell you what, his resume is pretty lengthy on the things that he's been involved with and in charge of. So you don't want to miss Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, this week. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
23 minutes past the hour. Kickoff hour is live. Thank you so much for tuning in. Greg joins us at top of the hour for the main show with the guys. Come on. Good time, gang. Live, though. Congratulations to Coach Taylor Burgess, Coach Freeman, and the Thompson Warriors for winning Class 7A state championship last night. Got a very late text from Lisa, who was using Greg's phone saying, hey, Greg's driving. But because I was going back and forth with him like, hey, man, don't kill yourself here. Just come in whenever, or take the day. But I think he saw about 1 a.m. So he went home, got a little cat nap, and headed back in for the main show.
I woke up to, I think, 30-something text messages from Team Rick and Bubba.
Oh, yeah.
And congratulations to Thompson, but I was completely out of the loop on that.
Right.
I decided against going, wanted to go.
Yeah.
And I didn't even bring it up to Braden because this cold air, I'm telling you, the cold air, the start of the fall, and that's why my voice is like this. You get outside, you kick the dust around, there's some allergies. And I thought, well, that night air and late night is not going to do you any good. Yeah. Like, you're already fighting it, so just don't go. Yeah. So woke up to, I want to say it was either 36 or 38.
Yeah, it was Rick was given play-by-play.
Thought Rick was in the play-by-play booth based off those
and did a pretty good job kind of keeping us up to date. I was a little upset. All right, so if you go back to yesterday's show. And let me just say this, too. Congratulations to Central Phoenix. I know y'all don't want to hear this, Coach Nix and the crew. Yeah. I mean, great team, and it was apparently a good game last night. Rick was giving us play-by-play. I came in late. Do you remember yesterday morning when I said, Reese said, okay, Dad, I'll be ready. We'll go get some boots. And so I went up to Jack's Western Wear and Outdoor Wear.
Couldn't believe it.
We went up there after school and actually had a really good time together. It was a lot of fun. I mean, I'd sent him a text and I said, "Hey, bud, just want to get your feeling here. Are you all in today, or you want to do it tonight?" He goes, "Man, let's go." And so we head on up, and it was funny because he was on the way up there. He goes, "Man, it's tough to concentrate last part of the day of school." I'm like, "Why?" He goes, "I was pumped coming up here. That's what it's all about." So we went up, man. We had a good time and saw everybody there. Picked him out some good boots. He's ready to go. Had a good time. Now, coming back, we hit rush hour traffic, or the tail end of it. And anytime you come back into, a bigger market where there's a big junction, you know how everything slows down. Well, it did. So I came in a little bit late and was behind the game, but Rick was helping keep me up to date on everything. I sit down, and I'm like, well, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to go because Greg told everybody WOTM had the game for those of you around the country, and he also told you how you could watch it streaming and all that.
Halfway told you anyway.
Yeah, tried. And so I'm like, well, I remember this a couple of years ago. I'm going to go to my Roku device. Hadn't turned it on in forever. And the OTM's got it's got an app, and I'm going to watch it through that. So I turn it on, and there it is. I click it, and it goes, join live event. So I click live event, and it said, unfortunately, contractual agreements, are not going to allow us to show it through this platform.
They fixed it from last year, so
and so I couldn't watch it through the app. Dag nabbit. So it was kind of like a moment, but Rick kind of kept us up to date on it. So. And again, the reason why it's so close to the show is that Greg's son coaches.
Whoever does their Twitter account, it does a really good job at updating their with video and all those things. And every time somebody has a big play, and so if you ever need to go do that, but you didn't have to. Like Rick was that person last night. Yeah,
he was giving us play-by-play because his cable system that he uses carries over-the-air OTM on their channel. The channel is on his package or whatever, so he was able to see it and keep us up to date. And then Greg was there, so he got home a little bit late. Day one of the 12 working days of Christmas is today. Looking forward to that. And I wanted to just play this real quick so everybody kind of would understand what we were talking about. We mentioned Alec Baldwin and the whole situation where, on the movie set, he shot and killed someone, all this kind of stuff. That's been a big deal. Well, he's had his first sit-down since the event with George Stephanopoulos with ABC. It's supposed to air tonight, and they sent out a little promo, a little quick audio soundbite, and here it is. Take a listen.
It wasn't in the script for the trigger to be pulled.
Well, the trigger wasn't pulled. I didn't pull the trigger.
So you never pulled the trigger?
No. I would never point a gun at anyone and pull a trigger at them, never.
What did you think happened? How did a real bullet get on that set?
I have no idea. Someone put a live bullet in a gun, a bullet that wasn't even supposed to be on the property.
I just want is he acting there? I mean, I don't know. That's kind of produced like it's a movie trailer for or something. I don't know. I'm not laughing at what happened because someone lost their life.
Sure.
I'm just wondering. Okay, is Alec? Is he acting here? I mean, or it was. It sounds to me as though if he's genuine in what he's saying, he's holding a gun. He says he never pointed at anyone and pulled the trigger. Says a live round was in the gun and it just went off.
Did he maybe hit the trigger with something?
Hairline trigger?
Maybe. I mean, I don't know. I'm not. Look, I don't think he picked the gun up and pointed at somebody and pulled the trigger like meaning to kill someone.
Right.
But I don't know. I mean, surely it's horrifying, the whole deal.
It really is.
He claims that he didn't pull the trigger.
It's supposed to air at 7 o'clock Central. It's an ABC special and streaming on Hulu afterwards. So that's tonight. Take a break.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Come on. Casting Crowns brings us back for YouTubers out there. We have got a lot happening today. Day one of the 12 working days of Christmas. Willamette has not spun either, so that's there for you. We had a friend of the show that just came by, and we'll see him from time to time because he uses the workout facility here at the City Center to do a little bit better. He's normally with his wife, which you can tell he's going because his wife told him, hey, we're going to work out. But today he looked like he was flying solo. And then he walked towards the golden ticket door like he was, hey, I got something for y'all. And what we got over there?
Dr. Matt Sharon, his wife Smith, they're actually in my Sunday school class.
Matt has put a lot of us to sleep.
He has. And when he walked by and waved, and I thought, well, he must have texted me. And so I looked at my phone, and he said, hey, don't want to bother y'all this morning, but Smith, his wife, picked up a gift for you guys, an early Christmas present.
Isn't that sweet?
And they're always doing stuff like that. They'll drop off a casserole or something nice for us all the time.
Do you wish you were that nice?
I know. I never do that,
I know,
by the way.
I know. I should do that.
Now, again, I will say this. That was his wife that was doing it.
Right,
now,
still.
He did make the effort to come by
Very
here.
thoughtful.
And it was nicely wrapped up. Didn't know what I was getting into. But evidently, she found it, and the timing is beautiful. It is a big boy ornament.
Look at that.
Now, it's breakable, so I'm a little nervous over here.
Helmsy's hanging it from his finger now, so you can see what it would look like.
It's
holding up his.
nice.
There's different, big boy statues. One is that both hands are around, his chest there, holding on to his suspenders, and the other one is he's kind of holding up a hamburger. And this one is he's holding up a burger. That's pretty cool.
So, very nice. So, we'll get this on a tree somewhere.
Speaking of, and I guess we get wrapped up in the fact that we know what we're talking about. It's the show. We don't miss a beat, but people come and go.
They do.
And they.
People don't listen all 5 hours every single day.
Right, and we wish they did,
Yeah.
and there's some of you that do.
I was going to say, there's some guy sent me a message yesterday, and it said, I think I'm listening to Rick and Bubba too much. It kind of given him his yearly roundup of what has been going on.
Can't never
the
listen.
hours that he has spent listening to the show was remarkable.
Right, but I think we'd all agree. I think 5 hours is plenty. I mean, you just, listen all
hard.
5 if you can.
Yeah, and it's hard to get that in. I get it.
So there was some confusion yesterday.
Yeah.
Got a text from a friend of mine and guest next week, Tim Spencer with Buffalo Wild Wings. Next Wednesday, we're going to have the Marines in with Toys for Tots, present them a check, and talk about this month's charity charge.
Yeah.
He said, hey, couldn't catch all of the show yesterday. Did y'all move studios yesterday? Where am I supposed to go Wednesday? Next Wednesday.
Yeah.
And then I got another one from a buddy of mine that says, hey, did y'all just move? I'd like to come by and see it. There was confusion that we weren't just moving Big Boy yesterday. We were actually moving studios
I need to respond to this one. Sorry, Jason.
Did you just leave them on red?
It did. Well, we were in the middle of the move. This happened as we were driving down 280 yesterday.
There's confusion. We didn't move yesterday.
No, I'm sorry. He sent this This was late last night, so
Okay.
I'm in the clear. I still got time.
Okay.
Y'all moved studio location? ?
Right.
I mean, this is a guy that I see every week.
Mm-hmm. We moved Big Boy yesterday. The show hasn't moved yet. That doesn't happen until the turn of the year.
That is coming, yes.
It's coming, and to be honest with you, we know exactly what it is. It's the 12 working days of Christmas, which means we've got 12 working days.
It's counting us down.
Yeah, not counting the weekends. We're talking about working days.
Correct.
But we didn't move, and there's confusion out there from people that only call bits and pieces that we all moved yesterday.
We will host the best ofs from the new studio location, and I think it's January 4th is when we come back.
It's the first live show
2022.
of 2022. Yep.
And so that is when we'll be in the new digs. It's coming together. It's looking nice. Need everybody to stop emailing saying we need to. They hope we have better lighting than what they saw yesterday. Yeah. It's not complete, guys.
No.
We're not even close to being done.
Oh, no.
So,
that was just us turning. Matter of fact, some of the offices and hallways, the light wasn't even on.
Correct.
We were just walking through there showing everybody.
Just kind of giving everybody a glimpse.
Right.
So just know it's still under construction. I mean, we still had window guys there yesterday.
Right.
So we're gonna get it worked out.
Neil and
It's
Will?
going to be very, very nice. I'm excited about it. Now, I've probably moved into my office a little quick.
I was about to talk to you about that.
Yeah.
So yesterday, you disappear for about 15 minutes.
I hate just standing around. Y'all know that. I am the guy that I just kind of constantly be doing something.
And I get that, but I was tearing up some yogurt because I hadn't eaten yet, and you ordered me some yogurt and a muffin for breakfast, and I've never had that
Well, I figured
And-
that
and-
would be the easiest thing for us in travel.
Yeah.
We didn't know when we were going to be able to eat it. And I thought, well, this is not going to go bad in the next couple of hours.
Yeah.
And the blueberry muffin, that's a good little go-to, quick.
Yeah. So
How'd you like it?
I really liked it.
Okay.
If there's ever a trivia question on who was the first person to eat in the studio, it would be me.
Yeah.
Because even though the studio wasn't set up, so
I
I guess
know.
technically, I don't know. Anyway, I had some yogurt, and that yogurt didn't have a chance. I was starving.
Tore it down.
And I noticed, where's Helmsy?
Yeah.
And so I walked back to your office, your new office, and it's like you're setting things up like you're going to stay there.
Yeah.
I mean, you got things on the desk. I mean,
Yeah.
you wasted no time.
Well, no, I started not to do it, but I had 2 boxes. So basically with my office here, I've taken everything home that I'm taking home, and I have taken everything that I'm going to take to the new office and boxed up.
Mm-hmm.
And that was taped up, ready to go. And I just thought, you know what? Why don't you just take it over there, set it in the office, and then you can start going through it. So that was kind of the plan. My plan was not to open the boxes and start putting things out on desk, but I had time, and you know me, I can't just.
I noticed that you also picked. There's quadruplets. There's
All
4
right.
offices that look exactly the same, and I know she picked the 4th one.
Well, great. I'm glad you brought this up because I want this on the record.
Okay.
So yesterday, a couple weeks ago when we were all over there, you and me and Adler,
yeah.
the quadruple offices. I asked Adler, which one do you want? Do you need one closer to the studio since you need to run into your TV room? I don't care. I just need somebody to tell me where to go.
Right.
Speedy, obviously, you make sense going in the first one. You're kind of Grand Central Station. You need to be closest to the studio. Then after that, there are 3 that are side by side. And so Adler said, I would kind of like that second one so I can be a little closer to that room. And that's fine with me. I'm good with that. So it leaves me and Greg, the 2 on the end. And again, they're the same exact size and all that. So yesterday, I sat right here with Greg Burgess, and I said, hey, listen. And I was hoping he'd make the decision for me. I said, hey, we got 2 offices left. Which one do you want? Here's the way. I mapped it out. I said, here's Rick and Bubba's offices. Here's Speedy's offices. Here's the 2 we get to pick. Here's what's next to them. Which one you want? Do you want to be on the end, or do you want me to be on the end and you be in between me and Adler? How do you want that to work? I don't care. Just pick one. And I said, well, I was hoping that you would make this decision for me so that I could just go over there and throw my stuff down. You just tell me which. I don't care. You just pick one. So I picked the one on the end.
Okay. With help from young Scruggs, our engineer.
I noticed he wanted me on the
He
end.
quickly said 4.
He did.
I mean,
and then you pointed out something after the fact that that I don't even want to say on the air, but I do think I got the best deal now, and I wasn't even thinking about it. I'll leave that alone. But
Well, so
but
so
yeah,
there
I
you
was
go.
wondering why Scruggs wanted me down there,
Yeah.
which is fine. That's
Yeah.
what I picked. I like it. I like the little space.
Yeah. So it's coming together, and there's that's going to be a big theme here. The
I
last
emptied both
12
boxes, by the way.
Yeah,
both
I mean, it was
boxes.
quick.
Yeah.
I mean, I
I've
thought
got-
you were going to open up your laptop and start working.
Well, I did. I had it out going. I actually got on the Wi-Fi and got some things done. But I've actually got a couple other things coming. They're boxed up at the house that I will bring eventually. But everything else is either going to storage or being thrown away, or one of you guys.
Can I admit something out of all this? I know that we were moving, but yesterday it
was real
It became
for everybody.
real yesterday. It's like, so this is where
I think
we're
it's
gonna
real
come
for
every
everybody
day.
but Bubba. As I walk by everybody's office, Bubba's office doesn't look changed.
Well,
at
I
all.
think he's got a secret plan. I think as we're all kind of doing our own thing, he's going to bring an army in to help him. Probably run by Betty Lou.
Sure.
Don't you think?
Yeah.
And he's going to bring Betty in and go, okay. So that's going to happen. Probably we'll walk in one day and it'll be empty, and we're like, how'd that happen?
We got back yesterday, right before the show ended, or right as the show was ending, and then so we were here and kind of hanging out. And before Bubba left, he walked by my offices. He said, "Helms, I see you tomorrow, buddy. Everything good?" And we kind of chatted for a minute. He said, "Well, I'll be back bright and early, get some stuff packed." And I thought, "No, you won't." And he was joking, obviously, but
yeah. And he's got a plan.
I'm worried about that office.
He's got a plan.
I know Adler's got a plan, but I'm still worried about his office back there. But I know he's got a plan. He'll be fine.
We'll take a break. We'll come back.
And by the way, I love Adler's couch that he put in that TV room.
Yeah.
That looks really good.
Right.
Didn't know how I was going to think about that, but it's perfect for that space.
I sat down, got a little bit of dog hair on me, but I mean, it's a great couch.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
We are back. It is the kickoff hour. Main show starts at top of the hour. Rick and Bubba join us. Greg will join us at top of the hour. Right now, it's the Good Time Gang minus Greg. He'll join us for the main show. This portion of the show brought to you by ReliefFactor.com. A lot of you are experiencing some aches and pains, and you've just been doing it for quite some time, and it's just part of your day, and you don't have to put up with that. There could be something out there that works for you like it works for us, and I'm talking about Relief Factor. It's 100% natural, research-based formula that was created to combat the root causes of inflammation, the body's natural inflammatory response function that can cause those aches and pains from exercising, overexertion, aging, that's us, everyday living. And so check them out at ReliefFactor.com, and when you do, you're going to look for that 3-week trial pack. It's just $19.95. And it's going to last you 3 weeks there, that 3-week supply. And we feel like that's, according to them, long enough for you to figure out, okay, is this working for me? And it has worked for a lot of the staff members that need it every day. It's a 3-week supply, $19.95. It's called the Quick Start Pack, and it lasts for those 3 weeks. So go to ReliefFactor.com right now. You can go to RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button and maybe enjoy Christmas pain-free. Hopefully it'll work for you. All right, so we've got a lot of things to talk about here. I don't think we'll get it all in, but let's continue real quick on the move. Yeah.
All right, so we were a little bit out of our element yesterday because you got to see a side of us, Speedy and myself, that you normally don't get to see because we were moving big boy. You saw us in a truck, driving, hanging out together, those type of things. 2 real random questions that I got from our move, big boy move. And one of them I'm not going to be able to answer because I'm not going to run down to my car. Maybe I'll do this later just for this guy. He said, "Hey, Helms, this might seem like a weird question, but after seeing the big boy move, I like the style of sunglasses you were wearing.
Oh.
What are the name of those?" I can tell you they're cheap. I'm rough on sunglasses, so they were not expensive. I think I got 2 pair, one that's polarized, one or not. I'll email this guy the information. I just thought that was random. And then here's the other one. "Hey, Helms, got to know more about your back, and I noticed that you were helping with the big boy move. Your back must be feeling better. I'm having trouble. What did you do?" To get your back back. So those are 2 weird things that came out of Big Boy. And I was
how in the world did you pick up Big Boy with your back?
Messing with the kids yesterday.
You did do
during
good.
Carpool. Caroline, I had to grab her early yesterday, so she got in. I said, "How's it feel?" She says, "What are you talking about?" She thought I was asking about her. I said, "How's it feel?" She goes, "Dad, quit acting weird. What are you talking about?" And I said, "You're in the truck that delivered Big Boy to the new location. How's it feel to be in this truck?" She just looked, she goes, "Y'all are so silly." And I said, "I know." I said, "But, there's worse things to do for a living.
Yeah.
I mean, you're sitting here getting educated, ready to try to do your best so you maybe get to college and go to a job, and here's your dad just taking a big fake statue down to the new studio location."
Isn't that something? That's good. That was a lot of fun.
Speedy sat in that seat you're sitting in all day.
All day.
How about that?
Had a good time. Had a really good time.
She was embarrassed.
Well, they'll get through that.
Yeah. She doesn't get in. Braden really don't care. I think Maddie kind of loves every bit of it, and Caroline's kind of just keeps an arm's reach to the, so she don't get too involved.
Yeah.
Because she knows it could go south.
I got something really cool here.
This is cool. I love this, and this is one of those stories that I'm actually glad Greg's not here. He would ruin this.
Yeah, he really would. And I read it a little bit more, and I can dial it in a little bit more for you. So we've got a high school basketball team. Okay, and we've got a player on the team, and he's trying to organize a group text message group. Just a group text.
Yeah.
Okay. Michigan high school basketball team organizing team practices when someone accidentally included a wrong number in the group text. All right, so we got so somebody's been accidentally added to the group. What happened next is something they'll remember the rest of their lives.
This is awesome.
The member of the basketball team was adding teammates' numbers to a group text last week when he accidentally added the wrong number. What he didn't realize, it was the number of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers cornerback, Sean Murphy Bunton. Okay. So
what are the odds?
Right. So
it gets even better.
The cornerback responds and says, "Did y'all mean to add me to this group?"
Yeah.
Well, he doesn't say who he is, so they think that he's their teammate, Luca. Luke is Luca. Okay. I'm assuming that's it.
Yeah, sounds right.
The boys responded with yes because they think it's their teammate. What they didn't know is that it was the NFL player asked them, are y'all sure? What happens next is he sends them a selfie from the Buccaneers locker room, and the teammates start freaking out like, what's going on here?
How are you there?
Right. Before they know it, they got Tom Brady jumping on FaceTime and Ron Gronkowski jumping on and saying hey to him.
It's funny.
Richard Sherman even said hey to him. Leonard Fournette also hopped on the call. And then Tom Brady walks in. And all of this is happening by mistake because they were just a couple of digits off on putting in the cell number of their teammate.
Yeah.
And it happened to be Tampa Bay Buccaneers cornerback, and he brought the whole team in to the locker room. They thought it was funny. But what's the odds? See, for me, it would be some terrible number, and it would all be ashamed because I'd accidentally put the wrong number in. It would never be something like this for me.
No.
That's a pretty cool
What
story.
are the odds? That is a cool story.
Next thing they know, because they didn't believe him at first. Then we'll think about, hey, you got the wrong guy. I play for the Tampa Bay Bucks. Okay. You know, they think they're messing with him. And then all of a sudden a selfie comes from him sitting at his locker, and they go, wait a minute, this is real.
Why is Tom Brady FaceTiming us?
Yeah.
And I feel bad for the person that was actually supposed to be added, and he wasn't involved in any of this.
None of this. But that's a story right there.
Yeah,
that is a story of, hey,
That's
let me
good.
tell you what happened to me. Pretty cool. But you're right. Greg would absolutely
I missed
trash
Greg
this.
already today, but he
Yeah.
would have ruined that.
Yeah, he would have. And he's going to be here in 3 minutes.
Do you think what's the over under? Do you think is he here? Do you know?
He might be. I'm not sure. He just said he'd be here by 6 Central, which
So-
if you're listening live, that's 6 a.m. Central Time in the morning on December the
All right,
2nd.
so over under is 6:10 a.m. Central Time for us this morning. Is he over that? When you see him walk in this building, under over 6:10?
Under.
I'm gonna say
because
under, too.
he's not a late guy.
He's not.
I think he'll be probably walking up as the commercials are playing.
Yeah, that's what I think too.
We'll see. We'll see
And
how
he'll
that
probably
plays
have him
out.
a cup of coffee and a little swagger because he got him an extra hour's sleep.
Yeah. Back to the story we were just talking about, and I'm going to send Adler the Twitter account of the guy that was sending everything. These selfies of the football players in the locker room with the other guy, because you know how you can FaceTime a group message and everybody can be on, right? That's what they were doing, and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in the locker room and all the other players also on the call is pretty cool.
They're giving him a ton.
They are giving him a
And
ton.
he could have easily, that's what I love about this, is he could have easily just ignored it, moved on, and never did anything with it.
Right.
And no one would have never been the wiser. But
Hey,
he
you
took
got the wrong guy.
He took a step to go, hey, I'm going to make these kids' day.
Right.
I love that.
It's pretty cool. Anyway, we'll dive into that a little bit longer in the main show, and Adler can show some of those shots with. I mean, Tom Brady's like giving the like what's up, you know, the peace sign, and just sitting there hanging out, and then you got the GOAT on a group text, FaceTime.
I'm trying to do something with this ornament that we got this morning. Trying to hang it so.
There it is.
How about
there.
that? Does that look good?
Yeah.
You see that good?
Adler's showing some of that now. We'll go into it a little bit more during the main show. That's a really cool story. There's a lot of really crappy stories out there today. That's a cool one.
Yeah, it is.
All right, we'll take
Need
a break.
more of that.
We'll be right back. The guys will join us for the main show, and not just any show today. It's day 1 of the 12 working days of Christmas. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings
How you doing? Welcome back to another Rick and Bubba Hour on another Rick and Bubba show. It is 6 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us. This hour starts with the national anthem. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Who wants a gift? Anybody want a gift? Gift number one of the 12 working days of Christmas will be given away today on the Rick and Bubba Show, and we'll roll through 12 days, 12 gifts, the 12 working days, so weekends will not be involved. There are 12 working days left in this Rick and Bubba year. 12 working days left in the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport, and 12 gifts will go out to you, the audience, as we work our way to the big year ender. And today, gift number one, well, it might as well go to you. So you're going to have to find a way to stay with the show today. Either watch us live, listen to us live. If you normally are an archive person, you got to make an adjustment today, if you want the gift. If you don't care about the gift, then you just stay with what you got. But that's going to be going on today. We do have a lot to cover. The yesterday's Bible study is archived now. If you need that, that's out there. We'll do another Rick and Bubba University, the podcast today. We'll talk to you a little bit about that. We'll look at yesterday, the stories that have happened since the last time we were together. Maybe even a look back at Big Boy successfully making it over to the unnamed new studio. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, has arrived. Eddie Van Adler, Helmsy, they are here. Helmsy, Speedy, and Adler gave you a kickoff hour. The real Greg Burgess, as we talked about in the kickoff hour, got in late last night from being there watching his son coach with all the staff at Thompson High School in Alabama as the team and the staff celebrate, and everybody connected to the team and the staff, another state championship in 7A. So congratulations to everyone involved with Thompson High School there in Alabama, especially with our family connections there. What a great night for everybody. So let's bring in the other half of the two sexiest fat men alive. Most of you probably know him best as a silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Let's go. Let's go. Everybody sing it. Yes. Come on. Yes. Bum, 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 bum. Christmas. There it is, Bubba. Porky's in the house.
Porky is at it again. I love that.
I
That's
do too.
funny. That's a good one.
I think this year, sometimes you cool on things. I may have liked it more just then than I've liked it in years.
Yeah.
That's a good one. I don't know why. I just really got into it.
Hey, there's old Greg Burgess.
Hey, Gregory.
How y'all doing?
Hey,
Just
buddy.
got in from painting the town down in Alabama.
Uptown stayed open late.
Hey.
Boy.
Congratulations.
Yes. Oh, it was great. They played really well.
Yeah.
It was really well. It was a good
It
game.
was good. Great.
You know, 3 in a row. That's pretty substantial.
Yeah, that's good.
Nobody thought y'all could do it.
No,
so,
did nobody
that's
believe it?
incredible. You were able to do it.
Yeah, it's been fun to be a part of the past 2 years.
Yeah, it
And,
is.
Coach Freeman, I mean, he took over that program. They were not very good.
You talking about they were 0-10 the season before he got there?
And boy, they've done well.
0-10, no wins.
It was and at the new stadium. I wish they'd play it there every year.
Yeah.
I mean, it is. I think there's some pictures we got at the game. I'm looking good.
Yeah.
It's a great atmosphere.
Sounds good.
When did you stop looking at your watch?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right when the celebration started at the end.
Yeah.
Because I've been looking the whole time going, all right, let's get this done. Because hey, them TV timeouts. How about that?
Yeah, they're dragging on.
And then the chain broke. They
Saw
couldn't
that.
get the chain fixed.
Saw that.
Now, what was funny, and again, it doesn't matter but I left. We were up in the suite, and I was on my way down. Well, hang on, by the way, on that. Anyway, I wait a minute. I'll thank somebody on that.
Yeah, we'll do a whole.
But anyway,
we'll do a whole recap.
They scored. The other team scored 2 touchdowns from the time I got from the suite to the field.
Yeah.
And I asked Taylor. I said, "What happened on the last thing?" Because we fumbled the kickoff.
Oh, yeah.
But anyway, I missed all that. I mean, it didn't. It
Ended up 38-22.
Yeah, it was really. Yeah, and it was 38-8 when I left for the thing with 3 minutes to go in the game.
Yeah, the game was over. The game was over at 31 days. But I told Bubba that.
But as we learned last year, you need to play every
Absolutely.
Right. Yeah.
The picture that Lisa posted on Instagram of baby Ellis with Coach Taylor Burgess and screaming is just funny.
Ellis was having a time.
Greg, I put on that post. I put congratulations, Taylor. And right after this, we're going to look at Christmas lights.
No, he would have probably won. He was excited when I saw it.
So we'll recap Greg
That's awesome.
and his wife and the family's night at a state championship with Coach Burgess.
That's right.
And all the folks there involved. And so interesting to say that Coach Burgess talking about Taylor Burgess. That's wild. But we'll talk about that.
Buddy.
We'll talk about that. More Rick and Bubba coming up. Hang in there.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's Christmas Day, baby. Joy to the world, put a smile on your face now. Open up your heart and celebrate your spirit. The good word is bad, and love will surely heal it. Family's doing well, and I'm so glad to hear. I'm the happiest day of the year. Oh, it's Christmas Day, baby. Baby, baby, baby. It's Christmas Day, baby. Baby, baby, baby. It's Christmas Day, baby. Baby, baby, baby. Joy to the world, put a smile on your face now. Baby, yeah, yeah. Baby, it's Christmas Day. Oh, baby, it's Christmas Day. Your day, you do your little dance now. Baby, Christmas, joy to the world, Christmas Day, joy to the world, put a smile on your face. Merry Christmas, baby.
20 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. First gift of Christmas happens today at some point. Be paying attention, listening for that. Should I give them a test, let them know what to be listening for?
You're probably going to create a panic.
We did the kickoff.
Did you? You already done it?
Yeah. We've been
Rick, I'd like to do you do it again.
Yeah, we've been coaching. We've been coaching the audience.
How about
a little
this?
bit.
If you ain't paying attention down now, you just gonna hear a ring.
That's right. Ain't nobody gonna
Nobody's
get it.
in there.
What I'm going to say
Love
is
that,
this.
brother.
What I'm
Got this morning
Love
from
that.
Dr. Scher, Matt Scher comes by every once in a while.
Yeah, he's put us all to sleep.
His wife Smith
Yeah.
saw this and thought of us and grabbed it. It's a nice little ornament for the tree. Now it's breakable and I'm nervous, but I'm putting it right.
They do a great job
about
of
that?
thinking of us.
They
Because the
do.
last
They
time she
truly
brought them sausage, cream
Yeah,
cheese.
yeah.
They think of people the way that we all should think of
That's
people.
right.
Right.
Yeah.
And if they're thinking of us now, boy, those sausage wheels sure were good.
Yeah, they really were.
But what Helmsley's talking about, he's got a big boy ornament that was just given to him today. Because now that Big Boy has a permanent location, we can go back to embracing him as an emblem of the show. I didn't feel good about it when everybody would give us all this Big Boy stuff, and everybody loved the Big Boy stuff, but he was nowhere to be found. And now he's back, so I'm back to fully embracing
You're
him.
all in.
And we're human beings, and we didn't mean to be this way. But when we also had to go get him every day,
I
and put him
know.
up every day, it becomes kind of a hassle. You don't mean for it to, but now
It
he's
wasn't his
there.
fault. And I felt like y'all
and
kinda
he's there,
blamed
and
Big Boy
he's
for it.
he's part of the
wasn't his
team
fault.
now.
Yeah, I felt like y'all blamed Big Boy for it, but let me tell you something.
We did.
He was a bit for a while.
Well, he
He
was.
was.
When there's a show that's hosted by two big boys, then the icon representing the show should be a big boy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree.
And there you go. But so, Greg, looking back, last night, Greg just got to the studio, slept, tried to get some sleep. Greg, it's almost like I don't know why you just went. If you were going to get some sleep, you should like to show up about
Well, let me
2
tell, I'll
hours
tell
from
you,
now.
you want me to tell you why?
I
Morning
told him
traffic.
to take the day.
Because Lisa had to get up and go keep pace.
Yeah.
So
Pistol
I'm not-
Pace Jones.
Yeah, Pistol Pace. So I'm not going to lay in the bed and sleep while she had to get up. She went to bed the same time I did.
Oh, okay.
You know,
Oh,
so
I see
I was
what
like,
you're
so
talking
I'm gonna lay in here and sleep, and you're gonna have to get up and go to sleep because
Okay.
she was up when I left.
And today's your long day.
Yeah, today's my long day. But no, it was like I knew it coming in. Rick, all I can say is thank goodness the game wasn't in Tuscaloosa or Auburn. Like,
that's
you know,
right.
that- 'cause
Hey, you'll
they-
take a long day after a championship, won't you?
Sure.
All
Why
right.
not?
All right.
That's
So
right.
so here's the bottom line.
It doesn't bother us near as bad.
For those of you that are waiting on the 12 working days of Christmas, this is what you wait for, and we tell you what caller to be. It's real simple.
yeah.
But this is the theme that you're waiting for. And when you hear this, that's when you call and try to be the right caller to win the gift. Now that's not us doing it.
No,
that's just what you're
to-
listening
yes,
for.
yeah.
We're training you. And so, Greg, last night. The 7A, that's the highest classification in the state of Alabama. The state championships will go on now every day through Friday.
Yeah,
and
3 a day.
3 a day. And so, but last night the largest classification. Your son is he is assistant coach at Thompson High School. Head coach Mark Freeman.
Second year hit Taylor there.
Taylor's been there.
We got him back home to Alabama. He'd been in Georgia.
He'd been in
Once
Georgia.
the grandkids started showing up, we said, y'all need to come on back this way.
So Coach Freeman and the school hired Taylor to be there to on the staff. They won in that remarkable state championship last year that was on ESPN
that
and
was
plays of the week and one of the most bizarre football things I've ever seen. And then they made it back this year. This was the first year it was in the new stadium in Birmingham.
It's 3 in a row.
And they've been to the state championship
Four
times.
the last 5 years and won 3 in a row.
That's right. So this would have been last night was their third one in a row.
Yeah.
To win.
To win.
And their fourth one to play 4 out of 5 years, right?
Yeah, I think I got that right.
Do you have that right? I mean, in the Mark Freeman era.
So you can turn around a program.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you can.
You got to.
It can
Here's
be
the
done.
thing
It can be done.
that I've noticed being around this program for the past couple of years. Everybody's in on it. I mean, the administration,
right. That's
the
key.
support they get. I mean,
You have to have that.
They're all working
Yeah,
together.
the city, they left the county school system. Now they're a city
Yeah,
school
and-
system.
and-
so the city is really behind it.
And you
they,
did. We did the
they
press
were,
thing that day. They don't do nothing halfway.
Everything's first class.
And they were up against a perennial powerhouse in
Exactly.
Hoover High School that you've seen on national TV before too, and have to play them twice every year. So usually once in the area and then once in the playoffs. So it's set up now.
It's going to be that way. And but it
Probably
was
the
great.
best team they had to play all year.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Because Hoover actually beat them.
Yeah.
That's the only loss they had. Then they got it back in the playoffs. But
35-10.
But they a great team. Golly, they got a lot of talent. As good of high school defense as I've ever seen.
Unbelievable.
And but it was fun, and we had a great time, and the whole atmosphere. I wish they would play it there every year instead of rotating with these others. I don't know the TV coverage, Rick. I'm sure the camera was on Central side didn't have, they got a pretty good travel. The Thompson side was packed.
It was. Yeah.
And you're in a 45,000 seat stadium as opposed to 100,000. Yeah. It actually feels like a crowd.
Yeah, it does.
Right.
And but we got lucky and had a friend of the family, and they set us up with a suite.
Greg.
And how about this, Speedy? Have you been to the suites there? I'm a fan. I want the seats outside.
Yeah, where you can go out and enjoy.
And not only are they outside, they're big, and they're a lot of them you feel like you're like this. No, they're comfortable.
A couple of rows outside.
Oh, no, there's like 6 rows.
Okay.
I mean, it is
so
top flight.
You were able to be outside.
But I have, and that thanks to Michael Eady with Knight Eady Marketing. It was their suite, and then we have a friend, Ben Haynes, who works together. And they got together and got this, and I want to thank Michael Eady and Knight Eady Marketing and Ben Haynes for that experience, because we had Ellis with us, and Ellis had room to run.
That's it.
Good.
Plus, you get a little chilly, go inside.
Yeah, you do. And last night we went back.
Yeah.
So,
how was the food up there?
Oh, it's good. Everything's good. Top. Like I say that I'm sure you toured.
Sure.
You did tour.
Yeah. Oh, I've toured. It's just when I'm running around the stadium, I'm not up there.
Yeah.
But when I met for our big meeting, they showed me around. It looks really nice.
It's really nice. And the location, I was like, when they were talking about building that stadium, we're going, how are they going to fit this in here? Well, they have. And
it looked good. When the teams were coming in last night, I was looking to watch some of the pregame, having that uptown set up and everything.
Yeah. Adler's showing a shot of the stadium now for those of you who can see.
Yeah.
That's good stuff.
It's a good experience. But
and where it's located and everything, too. If you're coming there for something like that, you got stuff to do, and Top Golf's right over behind it.
Yeah, Top Golf's right there.
Yeah, uptown's cool.
You got the restaurants, the hotels.
Great atmosphere.
It really was. And like I say, it felt loud in there.
How was the parking?
Parking, it worked out good. Speedy gave me. I went and did exactly what Speedy told me to do, and it worked out really well. I'll tell you what they do. They get you out of there.
Yes,
the way
do.
They got traffic blocked, and the way they send you.
Yeah.
They got. So I got out of there quick.
Here's a shot of the crowd as the game was starting. And you can see, I mean, it's a really good crowd.
It was it was a good atmosphere. Congratulations to the team, Coach Freeman, and
all
the staff. They just, Tyler, he's glad to be a part of it, and we've been a part of it the past couple of years. I love going to high school football games, and it's really fun to go when your team's really good.
Yeah, when your team's really good, there's nothing more fun than your team being
I would say
really
that's
good.
Across any sport, Greg. Trust me.
It makes a difference.
Can I tell you what's not so fun is your team's not good.
No, that's not fun at all.
No.
When you dread showing up every Friday.
Yeah, picture going to bed at 1 o'clock in the morning, your team's no good.
Yeah.
There's pitcher Taylor and Lisa.
Yeah.
That was good.
We got down to the. Of course, some reason they scored 14 points on my way from the suite to the bottom.
Yeah,
that was odd.
And Central had a great year too.
They did. They were undefeated coming in. They got a good team.
Yep.
Got a lot of good athletes.
Yeah,
there was a lot of athletes on that field.
They really did. They really did. And and I was telling you, I think an unsung hero for Thompson was the backup quarterback.
Oh yeah,
because the starter gets hurt on the very first series of the game, and so while you're trying to see if he can get back in the game, which took 2 quarters, didn't it?
Yeah,
or at least a quarter and a half.
Yeah, nearly to half.
Nearly to the halftime. So now this player has to keep this thing from getting out of hand.
Yeah.
Not only did he do a good job of keeping it from getting out of hand, he takes them down for 2 scoring drives, makes it 14-0.
Yeah,
and
he was the key.
That could have been tragedy.
I would love to tell y'all that from my
you're right,
from my side of things. Connor, the quarterback, and others, they're the same age as Reese. So since they were 8 or 9 years old, I've seen them through youth sports.
Yeah.
And I've seen them grow and mature. Of course, they were amazing athletes as at the youth level, but some guys don't continue to climb up, but they were just special. And to now see what they're doing and how they'll move on and keep playing in college is pretty cool.
And then the backup, Zach Sims, I think he's a 10th grader.
Wow.
And he had to start the 2 playoff games because the quarterback was hurt, and then he got thrown in this situation. You're right.
Yeah.
But now when Harold came back in the game, he
and Harold's going to North Carolina.
Yeah. But anyway, great time.
Yeah.
Thanks to everybody that helped with the seating and all that. It was awesome. And like I say, we had it was fun. The season went quick, though. I can't believe it's over.
Yeah.
Bottom of the hour, we'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Christmas, everybody's here. We got mom and dad cooking squirrel while grandma's chugging beer. Yeah, it's a redneck family Christmas hanging by the fire. Mistletoe is hanging low, catfish in the fryer.
Oh, holy night, the stars are brightly shining. It is the night of our dear Savior's birth. Long lay the world in sin and error pining, till he appeared and the soul felt its worth. A thrill of hope, the weary world rejoices, for yonder breaks a new and glorious morn. Fall on your knees. Oh, hear the angel voices. Oh, night divine. Oh, night when Christ was born. Oh, night divine. Oh, night divine. Fall on your knees. Oh, hear the angel voices. Oh, night divine. Oh, night when Christ was born. Oh, night divine. Oh, night. Oh, night
The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. SimplySafeBubba.com, teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show. Man, it just keeps getting better with SimplySafeBubba.com. A lot of the critics that talk about security systems, they continue to vote simplysafebubba.com the number one security system. Again, it happened again in 2021. U.S. News and World Report said this is the best system out there. And right now, there's some holiday deals that are going to get you your system at 40% off. 40% off right now. So go to simplysafebubba.com for 40% off your new security system. You use that URL, simplysafebubba.com. We also link that same one at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. They've got indoor, outdoor cameras, door and window sensors, all monitored around the clock by trained professionals who send you instant help when you need it. And that's about $15 a month to be monitored. And you're not into these hidden fees and upgrades and contracts you can't get out of and all of this. You're installing it yourself. So go to simplysafebubba.com and get 40% off the number one security system of 2021 as voted on by U.S. News and World Report. So, Greg, we're talking about, and I know we won't spend too much time on it because I know it's just in our state. But the audience is enjoying it because it's your son, my nephew, on the staff, and your family getting to be part of all this. And of course, you've kind of become the face of the Warriors. In the community.
You and I were on their pregame show.
Well, and don't want to talk about our picks, but
we did. I think we just missed one each.
It's not about us. It's about the Warriors. So anyway, and they do everything first class. But I want to talk about, and I don't know his first name. When you see a team like this play, and this is located in Alabama, it's Thompson High School, and they have the type of players that you're going to see for a long time. That are premier players. They look the part. Yeah. They play the part.
This is the biggest classification.
Yeah, and all that. And then there's players like Pepins. Did I say his name?
Ryan Pepins. Yeah.
Ryan Pepins is as good a high school football player as I've ever seen.
And he's about 5'8", 160. I'm not sure about the weight, but I know he's about
150.
Maybe 5'9".
They said 5'8", 150 last night. Now, I don't know if that's true or not.
But he is incredible.
Usually, what's sad is usually when that's in the program, it's probably not.
Yeah. Rick, no shocker, he won the MVP of the game.
Right. Well, I've watched Thompson play since Taylor's been there maybe 5 times in the last 2 seasons, and 4 times for sure. And he scores 2 to 3 and sometimes 4 touchdowns a game.
There was one game this year he had 5 receptions for 5 touchdowns.
And so
he's one of these guys you just can't catch. You just can't get your hands on him.
He can cut on a dime.
And this is
cutting ability.
The one-step cutters are always hard to catch.
And he has great vision of the field.
Yeah, and this is no dig at all on anybody because I know there's different classifications. But until just a couple of weeks ago, am I right? He had an offer to Western Kentucky that he had committed to.
Yeah,
or the oral commitment, which we all know that doesn't hold because if you get an upgrade, they take that away. So he lives in the state of Alabama. Mm-hmm. Okay, he is 5'8", 150. I got that, but his feet and his and I tell you what, nobody gives him credit for how well he catches the ball.
Oh, in traffic.
I mean, he catches it in traffic. He catches it. I mean, it's almost like he does not miss. No. If you just get it around him, and he's always
he made a couple last night. I don't know how he caught.
And when he catches them, he wants to score, which I love that guy.
Yeah.
And the fact that he's going to go now to Utah.
That's the latest thing I saw. I mean, they in the last article it said he's a Utah commit, and I knew Taylor told me that he visited the weekend they beat Oregon.
Yeah, how did Mike Leach miss this guy?
He's passed a lot of schools to get there.
How does anybody in the South let this kid leave Alabama to go to Utah? I mean, I checked last night to make sure that I didn't have that wrong. No, the Utah social media announces him.
Rick, and it's not
they've got a picture of him. Hey,
it's not like
welcome home to the Utes.
Rick, it's not like he plays at an obscure place that no college coaches come to. They're there every day looking at all the players they have.
I know.
There's all kinds of college players on that team, and he happens to be there. You would notice him.
And Bubba says he's never forgotten this, and I'm with you, Bubba. I remember when I went through the recruiting process with one of my sons, and I was told that this is the way college football is. Mm-hmm. When you don't pass the eye test, and you're the recruiter that says, I believe this kid can play. I don't care what his size is. I think he can play.
Yeah, some people have that.
I don't care about his height and weight. He said, if I miss that and this player doesn't pan out, I can get fired. Mm-hmm. He said, but if I bring in a guy that meets all the eye tests.
If he's the weight and the height, if he's on the chart.
Yeah, and he doesn't pan out, everybody goes, well, nobody blames you. We all thought he could play too. He said, I don't get in trouble for those.
Point.
But I get in trouble for those that I come in and try to sell.
That's valid.
But I think this kid's feet and his quickness in his hands, especially if you're an air raid bunch like Mississippi State or Ole Miss or or maybe you're just a team that's not any good,
right?
Okay? And you need some players. So I mean, take a chance. I mean, what's going to happen is wherever you live. I believe this is the kind of, if nothing else, I'd let him return kicks.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
so is he officially signed with you?
Well, he's committed to them.
Ooh.
Yeah. So
I might be making some calls.
You put him in a slot.
Now, there were a lot of
and some linebacker trying to keep up with him.
There were a lot of coaches at the game last night. You never know, he may. Yeah. And by the way, the guy throwing it to him is really good too.
Yeah.
He's going to North Carolina. I don't know how he got out of here without somebody.
Right. And that kick and throw and run.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, he's as accurate.
Now,
great family.
Now all the defensive players, they're just going to clog up the SEC.
Oh,
every one of them's going.
Yeah, we're not ignoring that.
They got 2 Alabama commits.
Right.
Yeah. We're talking about the top, some of the top players in the country, not just with their position,
right,
but in the
country.
They
have 2 guys that they can put on the edge on each side that are both 5-star.
Unbelievable.
One's a junior, one's a senior.
But let me tell you, this number 2, I have enjoyed watching him all year on TV and in person for the last 2 years. He is unbelievable.
Yeah, he is.
Look how quick. I mean, he's gone. He's gone.
Yeah,
I mean, his feet and his routes. And I don't know how well he blocks. That may be a problem. I don't know. But as far as
the catches he's made and the fact some of the throws that went to us, I mean, he'll be covered, and the quarterback will thread the needle and he'll come down with it. It's unreal.
Well, just like last night, I saw the quarterback that can sling it. I saw him when he threw the long one that slammed the door. I thought he'd overthrown him. And all of a sudden he just starts getting away from the receiver, fingertips, and catches it. I mean, just on the run.
You're right.
And then if you throw something to him just out there in that little slot, he just
look out.
I mean, he'll go 70 yards like that.
Well, when they got beat this year by Hoover and they got the ball back with like less than 20 seconds to go, you would think they would throw it deep. They threw it to him on a screen. I mean, just in desperation. And listen, if he don't step out of bounds, he may go.
Yeah.
He starts cutting. He happened to step out of bounds, and he may have broke it. It was close.
His feet and his hands are unbelievable.
I love the move you saw on that one pass. That's the old James Brooks move, where I'm going to act like I'm slowing down to cut, and then I go back wide open again. Well, that's such a deadly move.
The way he flows through a defense with his feet and his cuts is incredible. And this
watch right here. Stutter step, stutter. Oh no, I'm going again.
But the fact is,
poor guy's forever on film.
It's not like he's playing in one of the small classifications either. He's playing the highest classification there is. Yeah. In a pretty strong state for players. Mm-hmm. So it's not like he didn't have any competition.
Because I remember last year, the first year, they had 3 seniors, receivers that were big and really good. And then all of a sudden he started. And I'd look and I thought, and this is the beginning of the year, I said, who is this little bitty guy? He is lighting it up. Yeah. And then from that point on, and by the end of last season, he was up there with them guys doing it.
Let me tell you, I understand what that recruiter told me, and I understand it. But I think if you put his highlight reel in front of your head coach, and you said, I think we should take a chance on him, I think he's good enough that if he didn't pan out, they still wouldn't be better.
To your point, Rick, to your point, he's doing it against the guys that are going to be on the other side of the football with these bigger schools.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
I'm telling you.
Rick, 5'8", 150 official.
I think he scored. It's over 20 touchdowns this year.
But like I said,
and we're gonna have to watch him play for the Utes. Right. How are we ever gonna see their game?
But like I said, the last Heisman winner was 6 foot, 175.
Yeah.
I mean, so come on, man.
Yeah. Like you say, a lot of times there's a guy that doesn't
you may get to see him play for Kansas City. That's right. Then you'll get to see him.
There you go.
But if I was one of these, we throw a bunch of short passes and then we try to get loose and we're squatting down, we're finding holes in the defense, and then I'm going, this guy's perfect for all that.
Yeah.
I mean, he's perfect. So I don't know. So we'll see how he does.
If I'm at Starkville, I definitely come.
Oh yeah, I'm coming in hot.
I know if I was Western Kentucky, I was like, oh boy, please, I hope nobody finds him.
They almost made it
because they had him, but he's gone now. To Utah, and who knows? See, there's that late hit that was extremely late.
It was very late. I haven't had a few of those.
So, do we have the long pass before this one?
It should be on this thread.
Okay.
Probably. It's the play before this one, Adler, I think, on their Twitter feed.
And he did that a second time too.
Yes,
got him ejected.
Finally they ejected him. You thought you gotta quit doing that.
Well, you saw right there how frustrating he can be.
Yeah,
because a defensive player hit him about a 1,001, 1,002 after he was standing in the end zone.
I've been really wanting to do this. Here I come.
Yeah. Well, I understand getting frustrated, but you got to.
Yeah. Here it is.
So watch this, brother. Watch this right here. All right. So look. I mean, it's just.
He had to run it down.
Yeah, I mean, he.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, nobody on the field can run with it.
No.
Good gracious alive.
But he can't play here.
Golly.
I'll tell you the stadium he's in. Please tell me UAB. At least look at it.
Yeah, hopefully so.
I mean, you saw him on a recruiting trip there.
Yeah, I
didn't you?
did. Yeah.
Where's Rick Rod at?
Rich Rod was at the game, by the way.
He was.
He was at the game.
So was
I have a feeling.
Venables.
I have a feeling this kid's getting a lot of calls, or Coach Freeman is on his behalf.
Yeah.
Today.
That was a lot of fun. Congratulations, Greg, Taylor, and everybody involved. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
Rick and Bubba, Rick.
It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Stay with the show however you can today, because gift number 1 in the 12 working days of Christmas will be given away today. So be paying attention. Gift number 1 might as well go to you. All right, so a couple of things. We talked about the state championship game last night in 7A in our state, and also involved one of the Rick and Bubba family members, Taylor Burgess, Greg's son. So anyway, congratulations to them. We talked about that one of their guys, two of their guys, got hit in the end zone. When you get frustrated when you're getting beat and all that, and I know you got to hold your composure, but people get frustrated sometimes. I've never seen somebody get penalized so much that the team that just scored, when they marked off all the penalties, I'm not exaggerating this, was kicking from the other team's 15-yard line.
Okay, you said that. You said
15.
that. Did they onside kick? Or
Yes.
They did. I was about to say, I
Of
hope.
course. I mean,
yeah, why not?
When you see the receiving team standing in the end zone, they hold everything except the front line. Okay.
It would have
never
been.
seen that.
It would have kind of been funny to see him kick it like out of the stadium.
I know. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you
So
got
how many? Let's see. How many penalties?
I don't
is
know.
that?
That's a lot.
It was a lot. So anyway, so I've never seen a team.
That's at least 3 15-yarders.
You know,
right?
and
maybe more.
The play-by-play team, Bubba and I and Greg, it's one of our friends from years back when we were all kids. Mickey Shadricks was doing the play-by-play, and he said, "I don't think I've ever seen this before in my entire career." A team kickoff from the other team's 15-yard line.
It's amazing.
Yeah, that was the weirdest. And of course, they did go ahead and onside kick. I mean, you might as well.
Yeah.
But anyway,
You're right. I said the same thing. I said I've never
seen that.
I mean, how does that happen?
Yeah, a lot of penalties. So anyway, but now we go to Des Moines, Iowa.
Desmonez.
And we have a handshake line after a basketball game, right? Is this after a basketball game?
Yeah. Now y'all aren't ready for this. What's about to happen? Don't think it's a push or a light. He knocks the kid out when they're shaking hands. One of the opposing players.
Would they have words during the game? And it was one of them. Hey, I'm mad
I
at
have no idea, but
He waited on his chance.
And,
He did. He held a grudge.
and they've pressed charges on the kid.
All right,
by the
so
way.
what this kid right here?
It's about third in line.
Third in line. Watch this. Here comes
Maybe fourth.
Bam, bam. I mean, and look, let me tell you something. That's somebody that has been waiting on the handshake.
Let's say
He
is he
had already
fourth?
thought.
I don't know.
He's
He's
about
on down
6
the
or
line.
7.
Yeah, right
Number
there.
4.
Bam,
There he is.
bam. Let me tell you something. He got his chance.
What in the world?
Look,
What in the? I know.
he shouldn't have done what he did, but can I say this? This kid knows how to punch.
Rick.
No, he does. I mean,
he went after the big guy.
He didn't
too.
play, did he?
Now, what he did was wrong. Don't misunderstand that. But a lot of times I see people fight these days, and I'm like, this people don't know how to fight.
He kind of faked him. He acted like he was going to shake his
this
hand.
kid-
That guy's a foot taller than him too. it
So
looks
watch,
like.
because he goes to the body, then the face.
Yeah.
Now he shouldn't have done it because the guy's unprotected. He doesn't know what's coming. It's very dangerous.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is his form is very good,
And
that's all I'm saying. And
Rick,
a lot of
and-
times I see bad form in fighting.
And he was undersized, so he got the drop on him.
Yeah, he did.
He's like, I can't let him
I
see me
can't.
coming.
So you know how sometimes something happens in the game and nobody lets you deal with it, and you're sitting over there on the bench and you say, when I get my chance. Now I didn't know you shouldn't wait to the handshake, and you shouldn't hit defenseless people unless you feel like you're in danger.
Right to the
Okay,
gut,
so
right
I'm
to
sitting
the-
here.
But did he punch well? Yes.
He did, Rick.
All right, I'm sitting here looking from the Carlisle Police Department. It looks like there's been an investigation that the resource officer observed the punch between them and Nevada Community's school district team, and it says it was unprovoked.
Well,
Says
now, wait a minute. Unprovoked. We didn't see how the game went.
Well,
We don't
but
know
there's
what
no
he said.
reason for that. Though.
Okay, right.
He's
I'm not
been a-
saying what
it
he did
wasn't
was right.
self-defense.
I
Yeah.
would like to know how it happened, why he was mad though.
Right.
We may see what
Scoring
happened.
on him all night. That's why.
What we may see is he should not have done it, but I understand.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If we saw the whole game.
It says he's been charged with willful injury causing serious injury. It's an Iowa code deal, Class C felony, and has been arrested and booked in the Warren County jail system.
What did the other kid who got hit? Is he hurt bad?
It says he had to receive medical attention, lost consciousness, injured his mouth, and had to have immediate medical care.
Yeah, I bet.
Um,
Well, I
So-
mean, you get hit in the face like that straight up. I mean, they're going to have to do some work.
Yeah. I mean, there's video footage, but the fact that the resource officer also witnessed the event, he took immediate action, so we'll see.
Yeah.
But there's an assault investigation going on with it.
Yeah. Bam, Bam.
Yeah, that's. I mean,
by the way, don't rule out this involves something off the court.
Oh yeah, there could be something happening.
But if they're from Nevada, maybe not, because they're playing a team from Iowa, so that may not be. Yeah, that may not be likely because they don't go to school in the same area or anything. So anyway, I hate that. That's bad to see. But when you see some of the things that go on now, and things that are allowed to go on, see, the key is we used to cull things so early that these things didn't escalate, but now we let things go and go and go and go, and then there you go.
You know what could be the case too, and I don't know, but there could be a Nevada, Iowa? It may be that we're thinking of Nevada, but maybe.
That's true.
Maybe it's a Nevada Community School District team.
Another Nevada.
Yeah, you're right.
I hadn't looked into that, but it says the 17-year-olds from Des Moines, Iowa. So,
do you say Des Moines or Des Moines?
I should have said Des Moines. I said Des Moines.
I don't know.
I think it's Des Moines, Iowa.
It's Des Moines.
Des Moines, yeah.
And there is a Nevada in Iowa.
Okay, so there you go.
Rick, I'm not going to call out this family member. There's a family member of mine who thought it was Des Moines.
You're making that up.
No, and I'm not going to say who it was.
Okay. Will you tell me in the break?
It was hilarious.
Okay, yeah.
It was serious, dude.
He just didn't win a state championship last night.
No.
Okay.
Rick, you were right. The kid's form was, admittedly very, very
not
good.
the right thing to do. Not the right thing to do.
No, not
and
the right
usually
thing.
you don't see good form.
Hey, body, head.
Yes, body, head. Hey, body resets his feet, head. He really, his form was impeccable.
The kid's clearly a boxer.
Yeah, not that I'm asking you this, but y'all seem to be the same size. He's a smaller kid.
Yes.
And do you think there was hey, I'm a small kid. There's been some jokes. You've been trash talking me throughout the game.
Why does everybody always assume big kids say that to little kids?
Well, just as
in basketball,
as a smaller person, I will say we have bigger anger. Smaller people have bigger anger, so it's probably just an anger problem. You know, people need to work on their anger problems, especially smaller people.
It looks like he kept it from his own teammates too, because they were surprised.
His teammates were surprised. The guy behind him on the opposing team, did you notice he did catch his buddy on his way down and then drug the other guy off him? So props to the guy behind him. That's the kind of friend you want in a fight, for sure.
So Greg's not
the
going to need to
kid's
be
form
around.
was good.
Yeah.
It's impeccable. It's body,
it was deadly.
head.
It was deadly.
It's the wrong thing to do, but it was outstanding.
Body, head,
He
body,
got
head.
it. He didn't hesitate. I'll tell you that.
Wrong thing to do, but wow, good form. But the wrong thing to do.
Body.
You know, you don't see that that much when they're shaking hands at the end of the game. I mean, you see it on the goal sometimes.
Oh yeah.
After a hard foul.
Yeah,
or
I
something,
mean,
but
I saw it twice last night after a touchdown.
yeah.
And by the way, when we were growing up, there was one that was even worse than what we saw last night. You remember that? I mean, there was an end zone dance that took place.
Oh yeah.
And
yes, Rick, I
the
knew.
opposing
It was
defender
classic.
came from all the way from the other end of the end zone, and the end zone dance was going on the other end. Ran all the way the entire end, and as the guy who was doing the dance got about right here for the next bow, wham! And I mean, I'm talking about.
We had fights, we had ejections.
Yeah,
we had all,
yeah.
Wow.
And again, that was not the thing to do, but his tackle was beautiful.
Yeah.
But
Well, he made his mind up what he was going to do, and he did it.
You know where somebody says, I am going to do this, and whatever the penalty is, the penalty is. Now, in this case, we got criminal charges. So you see, that's back to the wrong thing to do.
Yeah, that's true.
Great form, wrong use of it.
So you're saying body, head.
Yeah, but it's just the wrong use of it. Now, if you were needing to defend yourself, it would have been great.
You need to, if you're going to do all that, you got to do it during the game so you won't be charged.
That's right. And if you're on the boxing team at this high school, you're going places.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, look, I know that we were just talking about this at the house this week, where Sherry and I were saying, we need to be sure that we always got our affairs in order, because God forbid, if we were to leave this earth, it may be good for us if we've been redeemed by Jesus. But you know what? The people that are left behind, we don't need to leave them in a bind when it comes to how they're going to survive financially, or to be sure that everything is in order. And a lot of times when we're looking for life insurance, we just want term coverage. Leave us alone with all this other stuff. Hey, you got this account over here, and you're doing this and whatever. And we just want to say that if we die before our family, we die before our spouse, here's how much money they get. Now, that's why I want to point you to Ladder, Ladder. It is 100% digital. There's no doctors, no needles, no paperwork. If you're applying for $3 million in coverage or less, this is going to be smooth as silk. You just need a few minutes. You need a phone, you need a laptop, either one of those. Ladder's smart algorithms work in real time, so you find out instantly if you're approved. Now, if you want to talk to a person, that's fine. There's a team of licensed agents that they don't work on commission. They'll help you out, and they're not going to try to upsell you, like I said, all this whole life stuff. No hidden fees. You cancel anytime you want. You can get a full refund if you change your mind in the first 30 days. So ladder policies are issued by insurers with long proven histories of paying claims. They are rated A and A+ by AM Best. And since life insurance costs more as you age, you don't need to put this off. Guys, it could not be simpler. So right now, go to ladderlife.com/Rick Bubba to see if you are instantly approved. That's LADDER life.com/Rick Bubba, ladderlife.com/Rick Bubba. You just want your loved ones taken care of, and they get it done quick.
pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Thank you for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. The first gift of Rick and Bubba Christmas will be given away today. And then we go 12 working days to the big year ender, giving away a gift every day. Gift number 1 on the program today. Welcome back. There he is, Santa's little helper, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us for, we only ask for 4 or 5 hours each and every day.
Right. By the way, want to thank all of you yesterday, late in the program, while you guys were working your way back. I remembered that question about dog owners that I wanted to ask.
To hear that,
and we discussed it, and I got a tremendous amount of feedback on that yesterday, and I'll just leave it at that. Yeah, you might.
Well, you have to bring Speedy and I up to speed because we were in a big traffic issue.
Oh yeah.
Coming back, and then we got off in some back roads trying to get here. I was trying to be sharp and got us in another traffic jam.
Right. What about? Really impressed with your ability to get here.
Every time I try to do that, I end up worse.
Yeah, sure. What about when you get home and you ask this question? How many other people who do their job? How many? So how was your day today, honey? Well, I had to deliver Big Boy, the statue in the back of my truck from the old studio over to the new one. They had to take the window out, and we got his head through there and set him up. So that's what I did today.
Yeah.
Not many people did that.
No.
But anyway, I'll tell you about it in the break. I got some interesting
you see
feedback.
Dogs?
Some dilemmas that dog owners put themselves in. I want to know how they work around.
Like, what about the dog?
Well, this is.
I heard him faintly talking about this.
This is an extreme case of, hey, what about the dog?
Yeah.
I heard it in the background as you and I were wondering why on earth they would be cutting down trees and blocking traffic on Dolly Ridge Road at that particular time.
Couldn't believe it.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of the dog owners, even the ones who thought it would be okay, have regretted it. I didn't have any of them that said, yeah, we do that and it's no big deal. Everybody who said we do have this set up.
Well, I've moved to change my situation.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah. So.
Oh wow.
And
I see what y'all.
And most people said, we didn't really think this through. People who let dogs sleep with them all night long. Yeah. And I was just asking what happens if something spontaneous breaks out, and I thought it was animal cruelty to a degree.
And we've done all we can do to keep Greg from commenting.
Right. Yeah,
he's staying
away from
Greg
that.
has some terminology on the subject.
He does.
I'm staying away from all that.
Most people said that what one guy said, I got a cold nose that I'll never forget, and we adjusted it.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
Rick, you just made that.
No, that was a true. I'll send you the email.
Oh, my goodness.
And then people yesterday were talking to me live in person, when they could stop laughing. All right, so going from the lighthearted to the really, really serious, we've got this Supreme Court.
Well, they're hearing the case out of Mississippi that some people think will be the case to overturn Roe v. Wade.
Right. The decision is not coming till June.
Yeah, they'll have time to debate it privately and write their opinions and vote and all that. But we heard the oral arguments yesterday, and you can kind of sometimes, not always, you never know what they're going to do when they go behind closed doors, but you could kind of sense where everyone was lining up on this. Now, the three liberals are adamant Roe should stand, that this is a constitutional right. It's been given to us. It's been there all along, but we just didn't recognize it to 1973, which to me means it wasn't there all along.
Right, right.
But there's really two sides to this. There's actually talking about the procedure of ending a pregnancy.
Right.
And then there's also the law side of this about who should be deciding it and where and how. Now, I think everybody knows how we feel about abortion.
Right.
But I'm going to set that aside for a minute just to talk about the legal framework of our country and how these things should be decided. Roe v. Wade was bad legislation because the federal court had no authority to deal with that. The reason we say that is the Constitution outlines what the federal government can do, where their authority is, and says if we don't cover it here, if we don't specifically address it, it's left to the states. That's why you go to states to get your driver's license. Right. That's why you go to states to get your insurance, your banking.
By the way, I want to warn everybody, those of you that can't see it, been doing this a long time, when Bubba is got it down, he does what I call, when Bubba's playing the piano, Be careful.
Watch out.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Yeah.
When he gets this going, if he's playing the piano, I mean, buddy, he is on it.
Yeah, he's leaning back a little bit.
Here is the bottom line in all of it.
Right.
The way I look at it. Of course, my opinion it weighs zero in this. Whether you allow abortions or not, and whether and it doesn't matter when you think they should be allowed or not. The framework of our Constitution, this was not a federal Supreme Court decision where they have authority to do this. That's why I say Roe v. Wade was bad legislation. You had liberal activist judges that wanted something done, and they just went in and did it. Bottom line. Kavanaugh actually brought this up yesterday. And he said, and you can find the sound bite, and I'm paraphrasing, he says, shouldn't the Congress or the state legislatures being deciding this topic? Why are we in the middle of this? And I thought that was the most profound statement of the whole thing. If you listen to Alito and Thomas, they're ready to throw the thing out. Yeah. They think it was bad to start with. They think it's bad now. I think you're going to see Kavanaugh's argument be, this was bad legislation. Abortion needs to be decided at the state level. It is a state issue, however you feel about it.
That's right.
And I think that's how you're going to, I think that's the only way you're going to see this thing progress if you want to see abortion options limited, if you think it is taking of an innocent life. Now, the other side, of course, thinks it's their body, their right to do what they want to with it. But again, it probably should be decided in state legislatures. That to me, being my legal knowledge of 8th grade civics, looks like that's how it should play out.
Well, and many people believe that as far as what started this conversation, and you're talking about the bigger one, which you're right on, is that they believe because of the things you just said that Mississippi's law is going to stand. Now, as far as whether Roe v. Wade gets overturned or not. But,
well, they will essentially, if they allow it to stand, be overturning it and saying the federal government doesn't have a say in this. This has got to be decided by states, and Mississippi has decided. Boom.
Right.
New York will probably decide something different. California will decide something different. Alabama's going to decide something different. And we've got more cases coming behind this. The Alabama case is going to make it to the Supreme Court, too.
It will, too, yeah.
Mississippi's just got there first. So, and a lot of people will not see the real truth in this, that from an American, a constitutional republic, this was way out of place. It shouldn't have ever been decided the way it was, how it was decided. Now, if states want to do it, I'm still, we still have our moral feeling on it, but it should be decided by the states, because this just got totally out of the alignment of what the states should do and what the federal government should do. Remember, and we can never forget this. The states are the governments that were granted freedom from the British. Okay, I hate to go back that far with this, but 13 independent countries were granted freedom from the Queen and King, okay? They decided to work together under the framework of the United States of America.
It was a contract.
It was a contract. We joined the club. We're going to turn over some of our power for the common good, but we're going to retain everything we don't put in the contract. Well, that has been trampled many times.
It has.
And if you will go back to the brilliance of the founding fathers that drew this up, if we will just follow that, sure, it's going to mean that some things you can do in some states, some you can't in another. But at least it's the local people deciding. That is the ultimate freedom in this. So it's going to be interesting to see how they do it. The national media is spending it already as a terrible disaster that we need to get in the streets and protest.
Yeah, we have some footage of that. We come back. Some of the protests and the way they're being handled, this has nothing to do with whether, that we agree to disagree. It's the way some of this is being handled that just, as you said.
Again, we need the victory in this to be for the American way of life.
Yeah, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
honky-tonk holiday at the Cowboy Cabaret. Revving up my old Chevrolet to go honky-tonkin' on Christmas Day. Get a move on, come with me at the Roadhouse on the old highway. All the fiddlers are gonna play. It's a honky-tonk holiday. Gonna have some wine and a real fine time at my favorite watering hole. Yeah, it's a wonderland with my favorite cowhand when he smooches me under the mistletoe. Hurry, Santa, don't delay. You can double park your sleigh at the Roadhouse on the old highway. It's a honky-tonk holiday. We're gonna down a beer and some Christmas cheer at the Santa Fe Saloon. We'll whoop it up right this not so silent night, baby. Belt out a Christmas tune. We'll be feeling bright and gay, misbehaving on Christmas Day, getting married the country way. It's a honky-tonk, honky-tonk holiday. It's a honky-tonk holiday.
They're 21 minutes past the hour. Lines are open right now, so if you're calling, hang in there. What we do want to talk to you at 866 We Be Big, and lines are available. You can get in. First gift of Christmas happening any time today. Now, we're not doing that. We're actually talking to you. All right, so this is, if you have comments on things you've already heard on the program and you want to talk about them, you can now at 866 We Be Big, and we'll get those lined up and we'll get you ready to go. The protesters, obviously, Bubba, and if I could just say this, and Bubba's taking it clearly from the constitutional point of view, which is important because that's what all the people keep saying is somehow this was in our Constitution, and it always has been there. No. We would respectfully disagree with that based on states' rights and the role of the federal government, et cetera. But anyway, those of you that are protesting, could you have some class? I mean, this is a very, very serious topic. We are literally, as human beings, making a decision and talking about where human life begins, and it's pretty important that we get it right, okay? We really, as a human race, are deciding, does one human have the right to terminate the life of another human if they don't desire to have the other human growing inside their womb? And then so we have to decide, well, where does that life begin? And certainly we can go to science. You don't have to go to Scripture. Scripture is pretty clear, but that may be not what you believe. But we can go to science, and we've learned a lot about that. The point is, no matter where you are on this, and for people who've had to go through this is traumatic. It's extremely, extremely serious. And some of these protests and some of the ways that we're acting so cavalier about it, women on the doorsteps of the Supreme Court shoving abortion pills down their throats and taking them in protest, some of the awful things that on both sides that are being said on signs. This is extremely serious, delicate, and should solemnly be discussed, should solemnly be debated, because it's a very, very serious thing. And some of the ways that it's being handled by protesters with just being so cavalier and so crude about it on both sides, these people, you're both out of line. I mean, this is a very, very serious conversation that we're having as human beings. Very, very serious. You know, the constitutional part you're talking about, Bubba, sure. I'm kind of over on the other side on the way you handled the discussion of what the Constitution says or doesn't say. It's kind of hard to look at because some of it is so crude and so decadent. You know, it's like we're just thumbing our nose at it, like we're trying to decide on how we should tax something. It's a really big deal. To the phones we go. Let's go to Taylor in Starkville, Mississippi. Listen to us on 96.1. Taylor, go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
Sorry to change it from a serious topic, but I need to know if I had a weird dream the other night. We were watching a Lifetime movie last night, and I got to thinking, did Bubba say the other day that he was watching a Lifetime Christmas movie in his underwear while dipping wheat thins in ketchup and eating an orange?
That is correct.
I'm afraid that was not a dream.
That is 100% factually correct.
Quite visual.
Matter of fact, you really got every detail of it right spot on. Yep. Sarah in Birmingham. Sarah, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Hey, Bubba, I have a question for you. So kind of as a young conservative Republican, a lot of my liberal friends, when we talk about abortion, the question comes up, well, if you are pro-life, what about mothers who are going to be, health danger, or what if the child is, going to be disabled or mentally, struggling? What's your response? What can my response be to them, as a conservative view?
Well, Sarah, I think, these are all different degrees of things that people are concerned about. But I think if you just look at the hard numbers, 98% of abortions are for birth control. Rape, incest, all this.
Mother's life in danger.
Yeah, that's about 2%. So we certainly could have that conversation, but I think you gotta chase the dollars before you get to the dimes on this, and look at the overall.
With you.
And look, here's another thing, and I'll say that on this. Those are real tough topics, and I think it's going to take more time to break those down. But and I'll say this: I think your right to defend yourself is legitimate, and if the mother's life is in danger, that's a whole nother topic. So, and you don't want that to be abused. You don't want that to be, hey, we checked the box, mother's life in danger, so let's get on with it. But I mean, legitimately, but we know people. I know people personally who have been told that and went through with it and have had a wonderful experience and have a beautiful,
healthy,
beautiful kid now. So,
Tim Tebow.
Mm-hmm.
Tim Tebow's
and many
mother.
Others.
Tim Tebow's mother was told that he was going to have so many problems that she should probably abort him. So you have to be. But what I would say on this, and Bubba's hit on it, if you want to find out where they really stand, though, and it happens real quick, look at them and say, okay, why don't we do this? We will only allow abortion for people when the mother is in danger or they have been a victim of rape or incest.
Yeah.
But we will remove on-demand abortion. And you say, I'll make
just
that.
for convenience.
And you say,
I love that response.
And then
that is perfect.
And then you say,
I'll make that deal today.
Tell them you'll make that deal today, and guess what? They will not make that deal.
No.
I love that.
It's nothing but a pivot. It's all it is.
Yeah, and the other thing, science has had so much to do with this. Rick had mentioned that. When this viability discussion, you heard that a lot yesterday.
Sure. Yeah.
We have to look at what is your body and what's not. Obviously, a mom is a host, but when we map the human genome out, and this happened during the Clinton years, kind of ironically, that, a baby has a totally different DNA than the mother.
Right.
They have shared things, obviously, but it's a totally different DNA pattern when you look at the whole. If you take out your gallbladder, or you take out your appendix or whatever, it's the same DNA as the mom. I mean, that is her body. The baby is not. Right. It's obviously different. It's its own thing. And then that goes into the debate you'll have to have about, whether we want to do this or how far we want to limit it, whatever. But I think the bigger picture in this debate that's going on in this case is, where should this have been decided? Federal level or state level? And I think they were in error doing it at the federal level.
And we also got to get down to what the argument really is. It really isn't about taking on the responsibility of a child, because adoption is an option. It is, I don't want to have to carry a child in my body that I don't want.
Right.
That's really what it's about, because there's other options. You don't have to raise the child. There's wonderful families standing by ready to take that child, many who are barren and would love to have the child. So that's really not it. It's, should I have to carry the child if I don't want the child? Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Taking your phone calls now, and all lines are full, so we'll work through these. Ancestry.com/Bubba, bringing generations together this wonderful time of year with a gift from Ancestry.com/Bubba. Let your loved ones discover their unique family history and build a tree with an Ancestry gift membership so they can uncover their origins with, and you can do that too, Ancestry DNA. Now, I want to just tell you, they've got some very detailed information. You may think you know your ethnicity. You might want to stand by. Run this one time. You may find out you got family members you didn't know about. So anyway, but a lot of fun, and you find the real story of your family. Maybe even find out you got relatives that were involved in some pretty incredible things. Great details about where they came from. So go to Ancestry.com/Bubba. You can give this as a gift as well. You can also get your Ancestry DNA kit and start your free trial by going to Ancestry.com/Bubba. Ancestry.com/Bubba. Also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. To the phones we go. We go to Lonnie in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Lonnie, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, I'm from Huntsville. NASA is real big here, and, they're sending probes all over the galaxy and stuff to find life, and they're happy with a single cell. They call that life.
Yep.
So how in the world could these liberals say that a unborn baby, in the early days is not life?
Well, yeah, and you also get into on both sides of the issue, about I want to have choice, my body, my choice. They were screaming that yesterday, but yet everybody should be mandated to take a vaccine and then another vaccine and then a booster. You shouldn't have any choice in that. So it doesn't make any sense. I mean, we're very, very inconsistent on this. And then, so anyway, the bottom line is this. This is something that is available that people don't want to lose their availability to. And we have to decide, and like Bubba said, we probably need to decide it the right way. We continue. Let's go to Jerry in Alabaster. Jerry, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys. My question is, if y'all done any research on how many children have been aborted in the United States since Roe versus Wade? We're hearing some numbers of over 55 million. I didn't know if y'all had done some research to that effect or not.
Well, I haven't, but I've heard some of the numbers you're talking about. I've not personally. I know it's staggering, and I've heard some of those same numbers that you've heard. It is staggering, but I have not researched it myself. No. Let's go to Joe in Mississippi. Joe, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey.
My thing is, I heard the comment earlier about it being with, a child had a disability or the mama of this, or my thing is it's kind of like a dripping faucet. Either you gonna fix it, or you ain't worried about the water bills. I mean, either we gonna do it or we ain't gonna do it. If you gonna let it go one way, let it go. I mean, and besides that point, we ain't even talked about there's not just mamas involved in this.
Yeah.
I mean, it's ain't.
Well, we ruled a long time ago, I don't know why, that the father of the child, I guess, and the ruling is because the father does not carry the child in their body, that he's not allowed to have a say in all this, and he just has to go with whatever the woman decides. So, yeah, that part, we ruled that out a long time ago. But I will say this in all fairness, and I understand your point, so no disrespect there, but it's all difficult. But if you have been impregnated by a family member in rape, that is a little different than, hey, I decided to be intimate with someone that I don't want to marry, and it's produced a child, but everything else is normal and healthy, and I'm just not sure I want to take on this responsibility or carry this child. Those two decisions, you're right, are both equally important, but one is a little more complicated than the other.
If we can tackle the big one,
right,
we'll have time to work on the smaller.
Right. Just this because we got to be truthful in all this. But I understand your point. Let's go to
and it's fair. That's a fair, fair discussion.
Hal in Jacksonville. Hal, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead. Hal?
Hi. I'm calling this morning to ask if you're a supporter of the United States. Great.
What?
Supporter of the Marine.
I can't understand what they're saying.
Yeah, your phone is something's wrong.
Well, I hope she didn't need help because I couldn't figure it out.
I'm so sorry for that we just could not understand you.
Call back and try to get a little better cell.
Suzette in Alabama. Suzette, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm great. Y'all are blessed. We're all blessed with the gift of life of God today.
Yep.
And it should stand as is. You were gifted that. It's a gift. If you can't handle that gift, give it to someone else.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about that. That's the reason why the debate really isn't taking on the responsibility of a child, because there are other options where you don't have to do that. The real debate is women saying, I don't want to be in a position where I have to carry the child in my body for a period of time. I want to be able to not do that if I want to. Because it's not about I don't want to take on the responsibility of children or I don't want to be a parent, because there's options there. There's some really good ones. But again, like we said, even those that are pro-life, just be real careful that we're not just pro-birth. If we're pro-life, then we're going to get alongside the woman. We're going to try to help provide what she needs if she's going to carry the child. And if she doesn't want to raise the child, we're going to help find parents for the child. We're going to do our part. If we really believe that life is that precious, then we got to also come alongside the woman who says, look, I got in a situation I didn't mean to get into, or I got in a situation that I didn't, I was attacked or whatever, and I need help. And then we shouldn't say, well, good, have that baby and good luck to you. You need to help. Mm-hmm. So let's go to 866 We Be Big to Tom in Dothan, News Talk 1039. I can't see those numbers. Tom, go ahead.
How are y'all doing this morning?
We're doing great. We're great.
I just have one short and sweet statement. What part of thou shalt not kill do they not get?
Well, Tom, understand though, and I understand actually it's thou shalt not murder, but because it's innocent life, because there are times that someone is killed that is actually justice. But thou shalt not murder. But you have to understand, there's people that disagree with you and me that do not think the Bible has any authority whatsoever. Mm-hmm. So you could say, well, don't you live in a country that has laws against it? And then you can have a debate that says, well, if the person is a person, no matter how small, now I'm quoting Dr. Seuss, and has a heartbeat, especially, which many of the states are going to, the heartbeat. If it has a heartbeat, then our laws would say that you don't really have the right to murder a person that is innocent. But quoting Scripture, even though that's where we stand, and I do agree with you, and we do need to fear God, but some people don't believe that, so that has it doesn't have any impact on the decisions they're making, because they think that we're all foolish and that the Holy Bible is not the Word of God. So you can't just do that in the debate, because it won't matter to someone who doesn't see God as a person of authority or existing, or they don't believe the Bible is true. So you also have to go into things of the science of it as well, which also, I mean, I don't know the state spiritually of Kathy Ireland now. Maybe she has become I don't know. But I just remember that was one of the first people that I saw that once was pro-choice that went to pro-life, and she said, I solely went there because of the science. Once I became educated on where life begins, however you think life originated, I realized that I was wrong. So, and for me, it was biblical first and then the science second, because I had a different view of it as well when I was younger.
Mm-hmm. I think, too, and I think we're going to eventually get this to where it needs to be. We're going to have to, right now it's kind of looked at like a football game. You're going to have a winner and a loser, as opposed to let's get it right.
That's right. That's the point. Right. I agree with that.
Let's get it right. And it may not be what I think's right, and it may not be what everybody, but let's try to get back in the framework of the way this was set up and have the debates where they need to take place and let the chips fall where they may. But the way it is now is just bad legislation.
It is, and that's what we need to discuss. And also, it's an important decision for mankind. I mean, when you look at what we allow and how few countries allow it to the level that we do, and the ones who do allow what we allow, they're usually communist countries. You're like
talking about China, North Korea, Cuba.
Yeah, you're kind of like, is that really the company we should be in on the way we allow it?
Yeah, and
I mean,
look back at the way the Nazis treated people and how that's viewed historically,
Right.
and how will we be viewed historically?
yeah, I believe some of the things that we're allowing on the partial birth and the full birth, and I mean, look, it's all important, but the early term discussion, I think that's a more difficult discussion, even though I know where I stand on it. But I thought we all agreed that once the baby had been birthed, it was alive.
Yeah,
I thought we all
the
agreed.
intent of the mom no longer is in play here once you're breathing.
Or it's been partially birthed and it's viable. I thought we all agreed on that. And the things that we're doing there, I believe there'll be future people, to Bubba's point, that will look back and say, what a bunch of barbarians. Good gracious. How did God
We're
not,
saying it now.
How did God not wipe them off the face of the planet? So anyway, we'll be back. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. When we come back, we've got an interesting, you know how we talk about sometimes you put the wrong number in a group text or you text the wrong person?
Yeah. It never turns out good.
Well, in this case, it turned out to be pretty cool.
Yeah. For a change.
We'll do that story when we come back, when the Rick and Bubba Show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, come, all ye faithful, joyful and triumphant. Oh, come ye to Bethlehem. Come and behold him, born the King of angels.
God rest ye merry gentlemen, let nothing you dismay. Remember Christ our Savior was born this Christmas day to save us all from Satan's power when we were gone astray. Oh, tidings of comfort and joy, comfort and joy. Oh, tidings of comfort and joy. Now to the Lord sing praises, all you within this place, and with true love and brotherhood each other now embrace. This holy tide of Christmas all others doth deface. Oh, tidings of comfort and joy, comfort and joy. Oh, tidings of comfort and rejoice, rejoice, Emmanuel shall come to thee, O Israel. Rejoice, rejoice, Emmanuel.
We're back. It is 9 minutes to the top. Merry Christmas from the Rick and Bubba Show. We'll record another edition of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast today. We're gonna interview Jim Brandt, fascinating guy, and we're gonna talk to someone who has a tremendous amount of expertise with firearms about some of the issues involving gun ownership, safety with guns, the Alec Baldwin thing, which I don't know if you saw. He's getting interviewed tonight and they've released a clip from that, and we'll ask him some of those questions. The Rittenhouse case, all of that with former FBI member Jim Brandt. And he's got. I mean, you look at all the things he's been involved with. He's an expert. He's the one that helped me to learn how to properly use a pistol and work with Sherry on her ability to gun someone down if they mean her harm. He found her to definitely have the willingness to do so. But we need to know how to use firearms, and we'll ask him some questions about that. He's retired as a special agent with the FBI, and he's been in charge of security training for JetBlue Airwaves. He's now trains people in firearm safety with Hoover Tactical. He was a contract pilot. He's just done everything. And really has become a friend and really love Jim. So we'll get to talk to him today, and you'll hear that coming up over the weekend. All right, so Bubba, I know you're struggling over there.
I love it. Breakfast has arrived.
Breakfast has arrived, and we're all in. So here's the story that we want to share. Here's the story we want to share. This guy's name is Vinny Tartaglia. I don't know.
Tartaglia.
Vinny T. Vinny T is a member of a Notre Dame prep freshman basketball team. I don't know what that means.
Michigan high school basketball team.
Okay. And it says Notre Dame prep. I guess that means
that's the high school, maybe. I don't know. Prep
freshman team.
Freshman team, yeah.
Junior varsity, probably.
Something like
freshman
that.
team, something like that.
But anyway, he was adding what he thought was one of his teammates' numbers to a group text. You know how you build the group text? So you can send it out and say, hey, everybody, here's what we're doing?
Yep.
So he adds a number that was added wrong. It was a wrong number.
It's a digit off, Rick.
So what he did not realize, and I've had that happen before, by the way. You ever had anybody scream from your group?
Two's out.
Hey, two's
See
out.
you, good day.
Hey, see you, two. See you, buddy. Happy breakfast. Two's out. So anyway, but have you ever had that where all of a sudden you've got a group message like a Bible study or something like that, and all of a sudden somebody starts screaming from the middle of it? I don't know y'all.
Yeah.
I don't know how I'm in here.
I was part of a golf text group. They kept asking me
that.
if I wanted to come play golf. I don't know who it was.
If I could tell Jeff Brooks today, hey, Jeff, I shouldn't be in your Panera group. I don't know what I'm doing in there. Y'all keep asking me to eat at Panera Bread. First of all, I'm not going to eat with heterosexual males at Panera Bread, and I don't know why y'all keep inviting me. I should not be in that group text. Okay, I don't know how I'm in here. Okay, but anyway, so when the wrong number goes into the group text of the prep freshman basketball team, the wrong number turned out to be Tampa Bay Buccaneers cornerback Sean Murphy Buntings. So he gets one of the Buccaneers in his group text, and he said he was one digit off of the last ad, which was supposed to be a guy named Luca. So the Murphy Bunting responded by asking if the boys meant to add him to the chat, thinking he was their teammate Luca. The group said, yes, we thought that was his number. And so the cornerback got kind of amused by the confusion, and he asked them if they knew who he was and quickly revealed his identity. And then he even sent them a selfie of him in the Bucs locker room to prove that he really was who he said he was, because the team thought he was pretending.
Right.
And then everybody gets fired up in the group text, and before you know it, all these other very, very famous Buccaneers like Gronkowski, Fournette, and, of course, the GOAT, they all made an appearance in the group text.
Yeah.
Now, picture that. Look, this is the greatest misdial of all entry of all time.
Of all time.
Yeah, so, I mean, is he not a hero on the basketball team right now? So now he's got Gronkowski, Tom Brady, Fournette, and, of course, the DB, Murphy Bunting, in there as well. So, and it says that they now have decided they started FaceTiming the group, or he did. Now, they didn't get the number of all the other players.
Sure.
But he used his FaceTime to show them all the guys in the locker room. They started giving shout-outs to the team.
Right.
That was a really good misentry.
And then they started a FaceTime in the group text message where you can just activate FaceTime, and then everybody is FaceTiming each other.
So we're showing you some of those pictures.
And so that's Tom Brady and Fournette, as you said, got on and started talking to him, not just sending them pictures, but actually talking to him. And
my luck,
that's just got to be the coolest thing ever.
I would be the guy that it was supposed to be the number and got left off.
Yeah,
and that's my luck.
Right? Yeah, because
everybody's having fun, and I'm the one that was left off.
Luka didn't get any of it.
No,
that would be my luck.
They said Fournette stayed on there for 10 minutes. So, but this is what would happen to me. I'd be a digit off. You know what? The guy would have come back. So y'all still in? All right, now who's driving? I'd be like, oh, my God. And before I know it, I'd be inside some criminal deal. I would have brought in somebody who was about to knock off a bank.
Yeah. Right.
Okay, is everybody in? I'm like, who is this? I would never would I get some celebrity in there. That wouldn't happen.
No,
not at all.
Yeah. Or somebody would get put in there that I've been trying to avoid for years. Glad I found you.
I hate to ask an uncomfortable question. Should I go check on Bubba?
Well, he was hard. I mean, he was trying.
This one is not
and
as
he
bad.
did leave though, and he hasn't come back. He usually comes back.
But this is not as bad as that day that he nearly bled out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now I will say this: Greg's not in the call screening room. Could he be given? I don't. Can you give?
He's coughing in the kitchen right now. Bubba is coughing.
Okay. All right. Feel better about it.
Coffee, watching him cough in the kitchen.
Was it a piece of egg that went the wrong way, or some crumb off the toast?
Bubba, was it egg or crumb off the toast? So he says, I'm unsure.
Unsure.
Okay.
Something.
Okay.
You ever had
he
that
usually
happen?
comes back. Like I was
He
concerned.
does.
Look, I've had it happen before. The one that always gets me, I know this will shock y'all, cornbread.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, big fella starts hurrying that
you.
cornbread.
Yeah,
Big fella starts hurrying that last bite of cornbread. Anytime somebody's brought us cornbread up here, it's like I can't slow down.
Right.
You know, I want it. I love it so much. And if you get a little piece of cornmeal off the cornbread and it starts going up in your sinuses and all that.
There he is.
There he comes.
There he comes back.
Cats are back.
He's walking.
Hey, the cats are back.
He's walking.
Yeah. Hey, cat. Hey, man, you missed this incredible story about a group text.
I really wanted to hear this story, too. I heard it in the kickoff hour. I wanted to see a little bit
but
about
I'm glad you left so other people could hear it.
Right.
You know,
that was my thought.
Yeah, right. So
I got caught without a drink, so I didn't have anything to wash it down.
Yeah. So what? You don't know if it was the egg or the toast or what got you? No.
It was just something went down quick, didn't it?
Yeah. We talking while I'm trying to eat.
Well, look, old big fella, he don't like to miss a spoonful.
No, he doesn't.
No. Top of the hour, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Hey, if you leave us right now, find a way to hear the rest of the show live. That's the first gift of the 12 working days of Christmas. It's happening today.
Can we do that story over again?
No, you missed it. It's too late.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 6.5 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show from the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. The old plaza winding down. 12 more working days in the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport, and then they'll be gone. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here today. And welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Buss.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
All right, so a couple of things. We got a caller standing by.
Rick, is this the first year we've done the 12 Days of Christmas?
No, it's
the
not.
callers act like it.
No, we've done it, Greg. We've done it many,
They know
many
the rules. They know when to call,
I
but
know.
for some reason, there's people out there that still don't, evidently.
I know. It's just calm down. Gift number one, it's coming. You got to calm down. Look, you know how it is, especially at first day. I'm going to milk it a little bit.
Will the phone system hold up this year?
No, it won't.
Look, I'm looking over here, this old board, this old phone system. It's coming on in. It's like if you were seeing a plane.
Yeah.
It's trying to crosswind. Get up! You're too low.
It's like 5 o'clock Charlie, remember on Math?
But we did the story about these guys putting the wrong number on their group text. It ends up being defensive back for the Buccaneers, which led to all the famous Buccaneers talking to them, FaceTiming with them, whatever. We were talking about that would never happen to us.
Right.
Well, James and Montgomery said that they got in a similar situation with NFL great Eddie George. So, James, what happened?
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, Monkey Grass.
Thanks for the call.
Yes, sir. It's Jay, like the letter J. Jay, it was.
Okay, Jay,
Sorry.
go ahead. That's fine. Look, you go by the name that we've assigned you.
Yes, sir.
All right.
All right, well, we was on Twitter, me and my buddies, and we saw this poll about the greatest running backs in the NFL. And one of my buddies is a Titans fan, big Titans fan, so am I. And my other buddy is a big Dallas Cowboys fan. And so I tagged him, and I was like, hey, look, Eddie George is not on here. How do you not add this guy, on the list? And my buddy, who was a Dallas Cowboys fan, comes back and says, well, because he stunk when he came to Dallas. And we were, going back and forth, debating. And next thing you know, Eddie George actually, chimes in and tags us like, hey, dude, you don't know what you're talking about. It just
now how did he get in on the conversation?
I guess they
because he was. I tagged him originally. I was like, "Hey, how is Eddie George not on this list?"
So he was in the original. I got you.
Yeah.
Yes.
You forgot he was on there.
And when your buddy started trashing him, he weighed in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he did, and he was like, "Man, you don't know what you're talking about." And my buddy comes back and says, "He's like, man, I was just really messing around, messing with my buddies because they're big Titans fans and everything." And he was like, "I apologize. You're really one of the greatest running backs. I didn't even think you would see this, type deal." And he just comes back and he says, I got eyes everywhere.
Forget he's with Tennessee State now.
Yeah,
so cool.
No, that's right. I forget that, too. I'll tell you another thing I forget, and I've forgotten that he played for the Cowboys.
Yeah, that was later on.
Yeah, see,
I tell you one thing I didn't forget about Eddie George, and we were on the sideline of that Titans game when him and Ray Lewis hit each other going wide open, and they were about 5 foot in front of him.
Come out when the ground shook.
And it felt like a car wreck.
Yeah.
And they both jumped up and got in each other's face.
Yeah. I remember being on the sideline. I didn't realize how big he was.
Yeah.
Oh,
Big kid.
He's a big guy.
Yeah, I got to tell y'all something, but y'all think I'm silly. Steve McNair and Eddie George would wait till everybody else is out of the locker room. And I would always have a break before my first hit, and it would be up in the third.
Let's clarify that.
Yeah, because sounds like you're playing on the team now because you're throwing hit in there.
My first
break.
promo.
Yeah. Speedy did play for the Tides, but it was very brief.
Right.
He was just on the practice team. No, Speedy was the hype man for the Titans for their first first 8 seasons?
Yeah, I think I was with him for 8, I guess.
Top guy in the NFL.
Well, anyway, I guess what I'm trying to say is
the Redskins tried to get you.
You would have to leave the field, go into the tunnel, and then take the elevator and get up to the very top level because you were normally, it was best seats in the house. That was the first promotion. So you had to go way up there. I would always stand there like a little kid right outside the locker room, and they would give everybody, high fives, pat them on the, shoulder, whatever, and then whenever they all left, they would make sure they were the last two there, and then they would have a moment together, kind of pray, and then go on out. And I would stand there watching them, and I thought it was the coolest thing.
How about that?
And it was just a really special moment.
That's good.
At every home game.
I remember the games we went to when we were on the sideline. We wasn't every time, but you had to walk out where the players come out, and we like to. I mean, you ran right face to face into Ray Lewis one time.
Yeah, he did.
And
man.
and then who used to have on the show from the Raiders? We saw him one time. Romanowski, yeah.
No, got to make a fist. As a matter of fact,
he was intense then too.
Yeah.
The
one where Ray Lewis, when Ray Lewis looked through my soul, that was the that was the time that we had to go onto the field to do a halftime promotion. So they're trying to go in for halftime. We're trying to come off the sideline to get out there, and I got in his way. And I turned around like, "Hey man, my bad." And Ray Lewis looked at me like, "I would love to kill you right now."
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And I was like, "Please don't, Mr. Lewis. I'm moving on. I've got to go try win pizza."
So sorry, sir.
Yeah, I've got to go try to win free pizza for some people. I'm sorry.
I'm trying to concentrate.
I realize I have a jersey on, look a little different in mine than yours.
That's not when you shocked the stadium and tackled T-Rack, is it?
No, I ran over T-Rack, Bubba, and I. That was
the Music City Miracle.
Music City Miracle.
The wind was blowing
versus the Bills, and we got pictures of it. I've told people that story; they cannot believe that.
Right.
And I like pizza as well as anybody, but that was a big deal. Y'all had to catch them punching. I mean, them things would get on up there in the wind, and all they got was a pizza.
Greg, they hit it. It was a 45-yard punt that turned over, and the fans.
And this was all for a pizza.
They would boo whoever missed it maniacally.
Yeah.
I mean,
like just something a little more.
And Greg, they would have all kind of people out there, and they get hit in the head with the pump. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, not even
always hit them in the face mask.
They'd be up there, not even close. I mean, it'd go over their head.
I couldn't judge it.
Right here.
And
that was my favorite.
And
hit him in the face.
Hey, Greg, the wind was blowing. It was cold. I thought this is going to be terrible.
Y'all in them
helmets.
And I thought, do not let it go through the bucket.
No pressure.
Well, and when I
don't think T-Rack thought you were going to do that to him.
No. Well, let me say this, and I said this in the deposition. I mean, is like if T-Rack if T-Rack didn't want to get run over, don't try to tackle me.
Well,
Rick, I'm with you on that.
Straight up.
And Greg, you wasn't there for that, were you?
No, I wasn't there for that.
Speedy was there. He had the microphone run up and down the field, but I went first.
You want to get it over with?
I did. I really did. And I was so happy when I caught the ball.
Yeah.
That it didn't hit me because they put you in a lineman's cage.
Oh, I saw
it's
it.
huge.
Yeah. At what point when it was in the air did you go, I've got this?
I left my coat on and everything because it was freezing cold.
Oh, yeah.
So I catch it, and I was so happy, I thought, I'm going to run down the field just for fun. And I'm running down the field having a great time. And here comes T-Rack out.
Of course.
Like he's going to tackle me before I get in the end zone. Well, I thought, he's got a giant raccoon head on. He can't be too quick here. So I juked him and went in the end zone. Then he grabbed my feet, and it was all having fun. Well, here comes Rick. Then Rick catches it, and he's headed down the field like I did. I mean, we're
How many
celebrating the win.
opportunities do you get to run from the 40-yard line into the end zone in an NFL stadium? Watch
High-stepping
it was a playoff game.
It's a playoff game.
Playoff game.
Yeah,
right.
High stepping it. The crowd's into it. It's snowing. There's a little snow in the air.
I watched it a little bit because I saw all you on camera afterwards.
And T-Rack came out
You're
then
drunk.
to tackle Rick. And I guess he thought Rick was going to juke him. Well, Rick's juke is just run straight ahead.
Shoulder.
Yeah.
Ran over him. He's laying on about the 3-yard line with his head rolling in the end zone.
Look here he
Look at your face. You're so intense.
Look at Speedy. Look at
face.
Speedy running behind him.
Of course.
Chasing
his daddy.
I'm already in the end zone waiting on him.
Right, because I've got to give play-by-play of it. Now, do you realize you've done this to me a couple of times?
Yeah.
I'm
very aware of that. I'm very aware of that.
Well, I'm on the wireless mic.
Do you have the picture of him in the end zone holding the ball up and T-Rax, he jumped around my feet?
Rick, let me ask you this.
Greg, I cannot tell you how happy I was that I didn't blow that. Because we had seen people get hit. And the crowd just boos them like there's no tomorrow. And I'm like, I don't want to be hated by 60,000 people here for this. Who wants to be booed by 60,000 people? Not me.
So you a little celebration, a little rundown.
I was it was kind of like one of those things where you got a test coming up. When it's over, you're so happy.
Yeah.
You know?
And then Rick, let me ask you this: at what point when his head came off and you saw it was a person, did it go? He's really not a big stuff.
And all
raccoon. This is actually a person.
No.
The head was spinning in the end zone.
All it did was make me happy.
It's some guy.
The sound he made though, being close to it.
Well, what I thought about is
you couldn't believe it.
I scored. You know, that's
You
all
did
I
that,
thought
Rick.
about.
You did that.
And look, I'm going in, got my sideline pass hanging down, if you'll notice.
Right.
And let me tell you something, I'm gone now. I mean, you know, he's going to make the mistake of trying to cut me off, and that is a mistake.
One thing that's always so interesting to me is that in that photo you're wearing a watch. It looks.
Do
like
I have
it.
a watch on?
It looks.
Were
like
you
it.
trying watches then before they quit working on you?
Yeah, I bet it wasn't working. You know, 'cause
That was funny.
Y'all
Hey,
had no
whatever,
idea the play that was about to happen later
No.
that day.
No.
That we
No
seen
idea.
over and over.
No idea.
I have a painting of it in my house. It was in Taylor.
Greg,
Who's in that?
It
All of y'all.
happened. It happened so strange and so fast. I remember us. We talked about leaving. We talked about leaving. Said, we might as well stay. And when he started coming down that sideline, we're like, hey, he may have a chance.
Oh, yeah.
And hey, there he went.
Talking to everybody about how good a season it's been. Man, we sure did enjoy it.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
23 minutes past the hour. We're back. Come on with that.
Where's old Ralph at nowadays? Anybody talking to him in a while?
I don't know. Are you talking about Ralph? Who?
Well, I can't say his last name.
You're talking about the public relations guy.
He was with the Packers before he came to the
He was.
Titans. I remember that. Man, he was a good guy. I liked him.
He was. It smelled like cheese a lot. So
He
anyway.
was a little guy, but he was full of energy. You know,
Yep.
he just always had something going on.
One of our favorite Rick and Bubba memories that we shared with you there back when we were working with the Titans and all that, and think about all those days. So yesterday, I guess, and I don't know this, and we're Helmsy's been trying to educate us on this a little bit, and longtime listener Jeremiah, who has dropped by to say goodbye to the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport today. Jeremiah, glad to have you in Alabama today, all the way from California. So anyway, he just said, I want to come by and say goodbye. So he has. Saw some guy outside a minute ago holding up a sign, said, Rick and Bubba, 27 years strong. He's coming by to say goodbye. So a lot of you are coming by the window saying goodbye, and we appreciate that. But it's 12 working days left in the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. Brand new studio. It's unnamed, and Lord willing, we'll be there on the first show in January, which I think hits January 4th, I think is when we come back.
Correct.
4th.
That's the 4th.
Bubba keeps saying the 7th.
Yeah.
But it's
the 7th is when we're going on the hunting trip, Bubba. You got to get those two dialed in.
You got to get those dialed in. All right, so anyway.
Is Ralph coming?
So I guess here at the time of last of the year, if you are a podcast person, whoever you get your podcast from, they give you the podcast that you have listened to the most and how many hours and minutes that you've been listening. So I started getting, like, one guy sent me an email yesterday. He said, is this over the line? I sent back, you can never listen to Rick and Bubba too much. So what we have, there's two different podcast options. We have one that's just a unique podcast, and it's a 45-minute podcast every week that's unique outside of the show. We've got another one that we'll record today called Rick and Bubba University, and I think today will be episode 104. Pretty sure that's right.
Wow.
104, 105. So that'll be going on today. But every single day, all 5 hours of the Rick and Bubba show are podcast archived, meaning you can go back and listen to parts of the show that you missed live on your own time. And Helmsy does a great job of getting those out pretty quick after the live show is over. So a lot of people do that to fill in, and then some people, that's just all they do is listen to that. So here's one from a listener, and you can see social media. A lot of people are posting these today, which Bubba is really kind of firing us up. So Jeffrey says, good morning, gentlemen. I'm a podcast listener. I catch the full show every day when it drops on Spotify around 10:30. Last night, I received a review of my listening habits from Spotify for 2021, and the results are in. And Bubba, he says, and they are staggering. Are you ready for this? He has listened in 2021 on podcast archives of the show 40,034 minutes. About 667 hours.
Does Adler have that graphic he can put up? What he had? I mean, it's impressive you saying it, but when you
I feel
see
bad
it,
for him.
when you see it, it's visually even more.
He said, at first I was pleased with the report, and I started patting myself on the back for being a consistent member of the Rick and Bubba Army. I am patting you on the back as well.
That's right. That'll be.
Then it struck me how many degrees I could have earned if I'd listened to something educational for 667 hours, which Jeremiah weighed in on that when we read the email to him, but listening to Rick and Bubba is educational. Okay? It is educational. So don't look at this as a waste of time. He said, but I wouldn't call a degree in common sense a waste of time, so he does correct himself. Before Rick and Greg go in on me for being a podcaster, I catch the full show the day of, and I don't live weeks in the past like some wired R&B time warp. I take a break on most best of shows, and I do all my listening, driving, and working. Every time I try to quit listening, Ruby Jane gets born. Some guy tells a story about falling in a well, or Greg calls a Blue Origin astronaut with big ears pistol grip.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
I can't get away, and I think I'm in it for the long haul, boys. Good luck with Estudio Ocho. He's putting it in for that one. And thanks for what you guys do. So Tyler says he got his report, and he's not the only one. People were saying, like you said, I look on social media and all this, but Tyler's 667 hours of Rick and Bubba.
Rick, we get some amazing information and things from the listeners and viewers of the show.
Yeah.
Adler, I don't know if you got the email I sent you from Lanny Harrison. This is a very strange piece of video that he sent us, Rick.
Now,
deer listening to the show.
Yeah, so let's come back and do that because we need to devote some time to this. So we'll come back and we'll look at this video.
Make sure Adler's got it.
Yeah, and Adler will find it and all that. You know, getting deer to listen to the show. Today's a day that I think we reflect on the year of 2021, and we're realizing that some of you are getting the job done. And with all these different platforms, yesterday everybody would just keep sending me that whatever platform they use for podcast, it would come. They showed a picture of our logo and it said this was my #1 podcast. I just got my report. This one was the one that. Well, look, we
need to post that online and be proud.
You do. In the answer to am I listening too much? The answer is no.
That's no such a thing.
That doesn't even exist. Now trying to bring deer into the loop. Now that's a new concept.
Well, Rick, you got to expand your audience.
I'm looking forward to seeing the deer's response. How are they responding? We'll look at that when we come back. Bottom of the hour, and they must not know what you and I do this time of year. We might want to leave that out. Bottom of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
redneck family Christmas. Everybody's here. We got mom and dad cooking squirrel while grandma's chugging beer. Yeah, it's a redneck family Christmas hanging by the fire. Mistletoe is hanging low. catfish in the fry. Merry Christmas from the backwoods to you. Merry Christmas if you are passing through. Merry Christmas, down here we like to make a fuss, 'cause there's nothing like a redneck family Christmas. Old St. Nick's a playing banjo on the porch. Uncle Bud and Cousin John are passed out on the floor. Shotguns wrapped in tinfoil with bows of green and red. Neon sign above our tree says y'all are families blessed. Merry Christmas from the backwoods to you. Merry Christmas if you are passing through. Merry Christmas, down here we like to make a fuss, 'cause there's nothing like a redneck family Christmas. Merry Christmas from the backwoods to you. Merry Christmas if you are passing through. Merry Christmas, down here we like to make a fuss.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Cranking out another one. About to celebrate our 28th birthday, Lord willing, in January. From a brand new studio, Broadcast Plaza and Teleport, we're shutting her down. She served us well. You were a good ship. You are a good ship. If you're getting ready for the day, Greg did not get to stay on the helixsleep.com/Bubba mattress very long last night.
See, and that made it even harder to get out of the bed.
Yeah, you didn't stay there
I
very
get
long.
a lot of sleep, and I was in that Helix and that thing. You know what it does? It just takes me in its arms and lays.
I was about to say, did it pull you close to its bosom like
it
your mama?
did, Rick, and I was really sleepy because I closed my eyes and suddenly the clock was going off. And old Helix was saying, "You don't really want to get up."
Little Smedge slept hard, didn't he?
But you know why? Because they made it for what I prefer.
Yeah.
I gave them, if I like sleep on the back side, whatever,
Yep.
the firmness of the mattress.
Yeah.
They tell you this one is for you.
Yep, helixsleep.com/Bubba. They customize it the way you want it, just like they did for Greg and his wife Lisa. So if you want to get yours, go to helixsleep.com/Bubba right now. We'll save you $200. Fill out the questionnaire on how you prefer to sleep. You'll get a 10-year warranty with the mattress, a 100-day free trial, and it comes right to your door.
It does.
Open it up. Let's go.
Boom.
And you got 100 nights to see if you like it. Get yours now. Save $200. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Now, we went to the break, and we were saying that we're about to see a video of a guy trying to bring animals into the loop.
Rick, we get a lot of very interesting videos. Some of it makes it to air, some of it doesn't.
Right.
A lot of times it's kids singing or whatever.
Oh,
And
we get a bunch
We
of it.
appreciate those because they're very entertaining.
I never grow tired of your little kids singing Rick and Bubba.
This is from Lanny Harrison, Rick, and it has audio on it, too. You need to have the audio up.
All
And
right.
he is playing the show while he's around a bunch of deer.
Deer?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
We got pictures of it. I've told people
That's you talking?
cannot believe that, right? I like pizza as well as anybody, but
Greg,
that was a big deal. Y'all had to catch them punching. I mean, that thing.
Watch today.
That was recent.
That was like 2 segments ago.
Do you see these deer?
I mean, there's 1, 2, 3, 4,
This is
5, 6,
clearly a
7.
petting zoo.
This deer right here doesn't seem to like the show, but the others do. I mean,
One's yelling, "Turn it, turn it!"
Right. That is what a weird.
I wonder if Moultrie comes on if they disappear.
Oh, get out!
Well, I mean, he goes right up to the door. That one there does.
Yeah.
I like pizza as well as anybody.
He must be the guy who fills up the feeder.
Rick, I'm gonna say these deer used to be around people.
Yes, they are. Hey, Greg, I'm
That's funny.
Welcome to the petting zoo at Gatlinburg. So
Great footage,
that is
Lanny.
great.
is
Thank
funny.
you, man. Thank you for that.
One of them took a dump. I guess that means he didn't like it.
Greg,
You see?
that
I
was
was in the
saying-
back, just in the background.
That means he was very relaxed.
That's what that means. He had it like he liked it, Greg. He was very, very comfortable. All right, so we talked about this, and it's going to tie into the video. Where is it? Right there. You had it on here. Oh, video 3, Adler. Video 3. So Alec Baldwin is going to sit down with George Stephanopoulos for the first interview since the fatal accident on the set of the movie called Rust. Now, we're going to be doing a podcast today that ties to all this with Jim Brandt, talking about gun safety and how to properly use guns and what guns do and what brands are this and how about that and what do you think about this? Well, and I'm going to ask him this question. With Alec Baldwin, they put a teaser out about the interview. Listen, and this is the interview the teaser that ABC's put out themselves. Listen to what Alec Baldwin says about what happened. Here we go.
She was someone who was loved by everyone who worked with and liked by everyone who worked with and admired. I mean, even now, I find it hard to believe that. It just doesn't seem real to me.
You haven't said much in public since that tragic accident. Why speak out now? I think the big question, and the one you must have asked yourself 1,000 times, how could this have happened? You've described it as a 1 in a trillion shot, and the gun was in your hand. How do you come to terms with that? It wasn't in the script for the trigger to be pulled.
Well, the trigger wasn't pulled. I didn't pull the trigger.
So you never pulled the trigger?
No. I would never point a gun at anyone and pull a trigger at them, never.
What did you think happened? How did a real bullet get on that set?
I have no idea. Someone put a live bullet in a gun, a bullet that wasn't even supposed to be on the property.
How do you respond to actors like George Clooney who say that every time they were handed a gun, they checked it themselves? Your emotions are so clearly so right there on the surface. You felt shock, you felt anger, you felt sadness. Do you feel guilt? You said you're not a victim, but is this the worst thing that's ever happened to you?
Yes. Yeah. Because I think back, and I think of what could I have done.
Alec Baldwin, Unscripted, the newsmaking special event.
So there you go. That's tonight, right?
I want to hear his explanation of I didn't pull the trigger.
Well, he said that. He said, I never
Well,
pulled the
I
trigger.
think that's why they put it out there. They want you to tune in for that.
He said, I never pulled the trigger. And, of course, some of the answers we didn't get to hear. You just hear the question, which makes you want to watch it. But he did say, he said, I would never take a gun and point it at somebody and pull the trigger.
Even if in a movie script, when we have shootouts in movies,
right?
You wouldn't do it then.
I don't know. It's very, very interesting. There's something about Alec Baldwin that makes you question everything. He's just
Rick. Anytime you have an actor,
I'm trying not to be that way.
when you have an actor who their whole life is not being who they really are,
right?
They're highly trained in this. He's very skilled in that. He's made a lot of good movies with that. Had a lot of good roles, but you never really know, are they telling the truth or not, or are they just acting? That's the one thing about an actor you can't tell.
Well,
because that's their profession, is to lie to you, basically.
Yeah, we'll talk to Jim Brandt in the podcast this weekend, and I've had conversations with him already, and I keep hearing from, and I've talked to my son about it, who is an actor, and I keep hearing the same report that, and this is kind of what I call him Snuffleupagus, but he what he's asking. They all say that when it's done correctly, that no one is ever handed a gun. I'm talking about like we're about to shoot the scene, and either the gun specialist that's on the set or the actor himself checks it, as they said George Clooney was talking about, one last time before they start to be sure there's nothing going on with it. I'm still very confused on why a live round has anything to do with the movie ever.
Yeah, especially when you're playing and acting with guns,
deal.
you think that they would never allow live rounds anywhere
you're
close
gonna be
to that.
pointing them at people. You are.
But
I know they want the
I
gun.
heard the excuse that they were trying to train some of the actors about guns, but it seems like you do that somewhere else.
If I need you,
take them
it's
to a gun range.
too easy to get.
Take them to a
get
gun range
for
and do
something
that.
like this to happen.
Well, can I show you how to make your handling of the gun look real on the movie or on the TV show, still with blanks?
Yeah.
I mean, because all I
That's
want
what
you
I'm
to do
saying.
is look like you know what you're doing.
Yeah, you don't necessarily have to hit the target.
No. So anyway, it's an interesting interview, and You hear him saying, though, now that we did hear that, him saying, I never pulled the trigger. So the gun he's going to say, I guess, and which I remember hearing this early on, went off accidentally when he pulled it from the holster. Which I guess that can happen. I don't know what type of gun he was using, but
I don't know how
they've talked about it before. But I can't remember.
I mean, is it a?
It had to have been cocked.
It's an older gun.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see how that happens, but anyway, you got to look at it yourself when it's handed to you. You just got to.
That's just given. We learned that when we were children.
Yes, but anyway, and there are people saying because of that Alec Baldwin is not out of the woods on him being held accountable to some degree. Meaning, if you're the person that shot the person, it's really hard to walk away and not be held accountable at all.
Yeah, sometimes.
Because they're going to say there's some responsibility that you have handling the gun that obviously was not handled as well as it could have been, right?
Yeah,
because they have all kinds of foolproof measures they put in place. But anyway, so we'll come back. We'll go phone trolling next. First phone troll of the day. The phone troll means that you got 30 seconds to make your point, ask your question. It also means we'll get a lot of calls through in a short period of time. It also means we're not going to be giving away gift number 1 when we come back because I just told you we're going to do a phone troll, so that means we wouldn't do it next. So if you're waiting on that, it's not going to happen next. So we'll go phone trolling next, 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we'll chat with you.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here come the phone troll. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Anything that you want to talk about, now's the time to do it. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. I say, Erica, 212. He said, hello, put me on hold. To say the least, the cat was cold, he said. Don't call us, child, we'll call you. All right, so you can get in right now. We go 30 seconds a pop. That'll be the largest number of people in the shortest amount of time, so you can go with us. While you are lining up, you know, we keep talking about opportunities, some things you can think of for gift ideas in the O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events. Tickets to send them in on your Christmas list. 2 conferences we're having next year. You can go see the Man event coming up in beautiful Pensacola, Florida. Make that a destination. It's just Friday night, and then you got the rest of the weekend to kind of apply what we talked about. Hugh Freeze will be speaking. Charles Billingsley leading worship. Sherry and I will be speaking together, and I'll also be speaking a little bit by myself. And you can get those tickets and give them to the men on your Christmas list. You can get them for yourself now in your group at your church by going to rickandbubba.com under upcoming events or burgessministries.com or themanchurch.com. All those places you can find it. Click on that and get your tickets. At themanchurch.com in the O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events, go see Lee Moore Monday. Lee Moore from Team Man Church. He's going to be telling all the Association of Churches, how do you plug in the strategy? Tell us about the strategy. He'll be doing that. The association will make the strategy available for you. He'll also have a message for everyone who attends. That's Monday in Ashland, Alabama. But we've had a lot of fun in Ashland.
We have.
Olive Branch Baptist is hosting that for that entire association there. So go see Lee Moore Monday night. Then on December the 11th, Mark Garnett, West Mobile Baptist Church in Mobile, Alabama. They're having Man Church as they do the strategy. And then Mac Brunson will be speaking to the men of First Baptist Church Opelika. That's my pastor and great teacher speaker. He'll be there as they finish the second 40-week curriculum and get prepared for next year when they go to the third one. Mac Brunson will be speaking there on December the 16th. All those can be found at themanchurch.com by clicking on upcoming events. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Let's go first with Pam in Tennessee. Pam, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. I've been waiting to call you guys for a year to let you know about a little thing called Christmas Dragnet. It's DualNet. It's by Stan Freberg. You can get it on, I think it's iTunes. Anyways, it's a little story about a guy that doesn't believe in Santa Claus. His name is Greg Burgess. No, I'm sorry. In the actual thing, his name is Grudge. But y'all should listen to it. You'll see Gary the Bulldozer Man, and there's even a guy that reminds me of Speedy because he goes all throughout it. But it's a really cute story.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Did I hear the term Freebird in there
I heard
somewhere?
Freebird.
Yeah.
I heard Dragnet. I heard Gary. I heard Greg. I heard Speedy.
Yep. Pam, you got a timeout from him.
I heard iTunes at one point.
You've been waiting a year to tell us this.
Yeah.
That's why you got the time
It
out.
better
I
be
thought,
good.
my gracious.
Pam, it better be good.
Okay, all right.
I want
So,
you got the timeout. So first of all, I want you to slow down. And I want you to pretend like that we have no idea what you're talking about because that is
we really don't.
That is the case.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with Luther Massengale in Chattanooga, Tennessee?
No.
He was a broadcaster for many years.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, I didn't know the
who he
last
is.
name. I didn't know the last name. Yeah,
he,
Luther.
He was there forever. DEF.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, WD, exactly, brother. Okay. So in the 70s, I remember in the mornings waking up around Christmas, he would play the Christmas Dragnet. And we would either hear it on the way to school or while we were eating breakfast. And it's a spoof or kind of a spoof on the Dragnet television show, movie, or whatever. And a guy doesn't believe in Santa Claus, and that's the Greg Burgess character. His name is Grudge.
Oh, boy.
And the two cops, Joe Friday's character is the one that reminds me of Speedy because he always goes, mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it's a spoof on the TV show Dragnet.
Yes.
All right, so
Joe Friday goes about trying to prove that there is a Santa Claus. There's an underlying belief.
Okay.
And there's an underlying Christian theme because
Understood.
at the end, yes. And then Luther also used to play the Paul Harvey, the birds with the barn. Do you know about the birds in the barn?
I
the
do.
Christmas story is
One time I was
phenomenal.
sitting in the studio of WHMA 1390 in that cold old radio building. It was it was so cold. It was a very cold winter's day. And Paul Harvey, I had to play Paul Harvey in the rest of the story. And that day they played The Man and the Birds, and I wept like a child. So what you're saying is iTunes now carries all these classic audio stories, and Christmas Dragnet and The Man and the Birds. They're out there.
I don't know about Man and the Bird.
Right, but you're saying
definitely the Christmas Dragnet, yes. And you guys should listen to it because you will hear Gary, the bulldozer man. He works at the North Pole.
Well, let me tell you this, Pammy. I believe in Santa Claus. Ain't no doubt about it.
Good.
Yeah, because sometimes,
Absolutely.
of course, I wanted to get a pony. I guess I couldn't have nothing. Okay, I got it. So she's saying Christmas Dragnet, go listen to it. That really is what that's about. And for 1 year, she's been waiting to tell us that.
You know, of all people, I thought I was going to heard brought up on the show today. Luther from WDEF in Chattanooga was not one of them. I remember how big a fan Mark was of him.
Oh, the hammer? Mark Bass thought Luther was it. All right, let me go back to this. Any shot, Greg, you'll listen to Christmas Dragnet?
No.
All right, any shot, Hams?
No.
Bubba?
You know, I'm just trying to get through every hour.
No, the answer is no.
Jeremiah? No. Speedy?
I might if I'm sitting around.
Speedy,
with
no.
Speedy's lying,
Adler?
says he will.
Adler?
I found it on YouTube.
Okay, all right. Well, any shot you and Ruby sit down and watch it?
What's it go?
Is it just a 6-minute song? Is what I could.
Oh well, I'll do that.
Oh, okay. Well, it's a game changer.
6-minute song, yeah.
Oh, if it's a 6 minute.
I don't know if that's what the lady was talking about. She was talking about some really weird stuff.
I'll give it 3 minutes.
Okay.
Adler.
We may play it tomorrow.
Let's go to Jeff in Tuscaloosa.
Yeah.
Back on the troll with one timeout left. Jeff, go ahead.
Monkey grass and green acres.
Thank you for the call, buddy. What's on your mind?
Hey, man, long time listener, but yesterday I was talking about big dogs in the bed. I got a king size bed. I'm single, and I'd let my golden retriever sometimes, lay in the bed and sleep, whatever. But my cousin was spending the night. Him and his girlfriend were having relations, and my golden retriever male jumped in the bed and tried to partake with them.
All right. Thanks for that
You
story.
ever wish you hadn't took a call?
Yep.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was concerned about, but I didn't say it so graphically. And the way it was, because I really started getting concerned about these people that I know, and they'll say, "Oh yeah, our mid-sized collies sleep in the bed with us every night," and I'm like, "Really?"
Of course, that was a nice story he told.
Yeah. Well, that was my concern.
Thank you, Luther.
You sure wish I'd have listened to Christmas Dragnet.
Yeah. I wish I had birds in the barn right now.
Yeah. Let me tell you this: I'm yearning for Pam's call now.
Yes.
You know it. That's
oh boy. How about that?
Let's go to Jerry in Piedmont. Jerry, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Can't rewind it back.
Hey, Jerry.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, how about it, Jerry? You coming down to see the Bulldogs play today?
I wish I could. Got to work though.
I understand.
I was trying to figure out yesterday, Bubba, you was talking about eating crackers in the bed and everything, and I couldn't quite follow where you was going with that. Was you just bragging, trying to make a point that Betty won't kick you out of bed for eating crackers?
That's funny.
No, I don't even know how that. I don't even remember how that came about. I think it was the fact that I thought it was funny every time I would reach to try to get a drink they would go to commercial, and it went black,
Right.
and I couldn't. Every time I'd reach to get my cup, I almost knocked it over.
But you in trying to tell us that, I don't think you realized you were broadcasting that you were in bed in your underwear eating Wheat Thins and ketchup.
I would normally be
And
in
an
the
orange.
bed in my underwear, and I think I was having a snack because on a bizarre thing, I didn't have lunch that day, so we actually had dinner like at 3 o'clock. So I got hungry again.
Wheat Thins, ketchup, and an orange.
2 oranges.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Little town of Bethlehem, how still we see thee lie above thy deep and dreamless sleep. The silent stars go by, yet in thy dark street shineth the everlasting light. The hopes and fears of all the years are met in thee tonight.
How silently the wondrous gift is given.
So God imparts to human hearts the blessing of His hand. No ear may hear His coming, but in this world of sin, where meek souls will receive Him still, the dear Christ enters in.
Hey, Chief Meteorologist Wes Wyatt, as we approach the final few days, counting down to the arrival of Christmas. I know a lot of snow fans out there are wanting some snow for Christmas. Well, sorry, snow fans. Not seeing a white Christmas this year. As we count down to Christmas, we're talking some warmer weather, and you can see that Christmas Day forecast, high temperatures in the 70s. sorry, snow fans. Countdown to Christmas, we're talking some warmer weather, and you can see that Christmas Day forecast, high temperatures in the 70s.
Seven minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show from the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. The Broadcast Plaza and Teleport, counting today's show, 12 shows remain. And then she will be put into Rick and Bubba history and will be fondly look back upon some great highs and lows here in this Broadcast Plaza. She has served the show longer than any studio prior. But a brand new studio awaits for the show. Excited about that coming up in 2022. So hopefully that'll all work out. We'll be broadcasting day one from the new one. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler are all here this hour. We got gift number one and the 12 working days of Christmas coming up. You might maybe want to pay attention for that. The timing on this, but I did want to remind you, for those of you that do look for Christmas gifts for your dogs, Bully make durable dog toys for your power chewer. Subscription boxes delivered to your door. Just go to bullymake.com/radio and get 40% off your first order. Welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being with us. Merry Christmas.
Bully make for power chewers. Yeah, power chewers.
You said power chewer?
Yeah. Would have liked to have distanced myself a little further away from the last segment,
maybe.
But that didn't work out. All right, so as we start this hour, this goes all the way back to Thanksgiving weekend, and we never addressed it. And Bubba and I sometimes we'll throw pictures out there on holidays of us having fun with our families and just telling y'all how much we appreciate you, and here's what's going on, and here's the turkey, and here's this, and here's that, and you all seem to enjoy that. So Bubba was doing that, and he put out a picture of he and his wife, and I remember the first time I saw it, I thought, what's going on here? And we have it.
Where are you at?
It's like Bubba has come out of the darkness. It looks like he's about to bite Betty's neck and suck her blood.
I know.
I mean, what
is it midnight? It's dark.
Well, remember where we live now, it gets dark at 4:45.
Right.
I mean, so what's going on here?
Rick, I'm talking about sampling the food ahead of the meal. And I was just playing with the filters, and I had one that knocked out the background, and Betty had the Rick and Bubba apron on, so I thought it was funny. But you know,
are you not in the dark?
You can't do anything here, you know.
Are you not in the dark?
No,
I thought
I'm in the kitchen.
I thought it might have been out on the deck.
No,
I thought y'all were frying one.
No, it was a filter that popped up. I just put it on. I thought, well, that's kind of cool.
Right. It gave an interest. I didn't know what to do with it. I mean, it's like
well, you know what I want to do? I love giving people something fun and entertaining over the holidays. So there you go.
The comments are precious.
Boy, the comments. Wow, the comments. Yeah. Yes, he is talking about
spicy Bubba.
Yes, he is talking about.
He's a little spicy.
By the way, some of
Joe Biden.
Some of you show.
See, I'm authorized to sniff Betty's hair though.
Right,
When Joe Biden comes.
Yeah. When I first looked up, I thought that I said, "My goodness, Joe Biden's gotten Betty."
Mm-hmm.
And so
I was a little sleepy to have that picture made, probably, but
yeah.
Well, at least you got an undershirt.
That's
on.
right. You had only slept probably 10, 11 hours. I mean, that was.
No, I probably got up.
Groggy.
I probably got up too early and then went back and took a nap or something.
Yeah, yeah. That's it.
Yeah, y'all were pretty funny on that.
Yeah, I know. That's
thank you, Leah Cobb, for just being normal and wishing us a happy Thanksgiving.
Zoom in on Bubba real quick, if you don't mind, there, Ad. There we go. Look at that look.
You know,
look at that grin.
You know who the way he's got his hair right there and the amount of forehead that we're getting, and everything. You know, who he looks like right there. Newt Gingrich.
Oh wow,
he looks a lot like Newt Gingrich right
in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
I thought you were gonna go with Charlie Rich.
No,
you talking about the old Silver Fox?
Yeah.
And when she lets her hair
hang down,
and I sneak up behind Betty Lou.
You all right over there, buddy?
I'm good.
Yeah. He didn't know everybody was
been in the suites again.
He didn't know everybody was going to drop off.
Well, I forgot corporate Greg.
He was caught up in it, and everybody quit on him.
I forgot corporate Greg's over there.
Look right there. Super behind on everything.
Yeah, I thought sure y'all were going to go Charlie Rich.
Give me a current Newt Gingrich. Okay. Yeah, that's the
current.
Current Newt.
I heard him on. What was that new show? Clay and what's their show? They're in for
Just
Rush.
let it go.
He has a new book out or something. And they had him on. He got into a coughing fit. He's like, he's like, excuse me.
Oh no! Kind of like Bubba did earlier.
Let's not make fun of that.
Did you just compare Newt Gingrich and also threw out there?
Well,
that
I
he
forgot about that.
that
No,
he was
really.
coughing?
I mean, to the point where he's like, excuse me.
No, it's.
I almost had to turn it. I had such
right. And look, there's a lot of that. I haven't. I like those two guys, and I agree with probably 95% of what they say. But man, we miss Rush, don't we? Well,
yeah,
I know we
he's
don't.
really working on something.
I know we don't like to.
He's working on something.
I know we don't
there
like
with
that.
Newt.
No,
Adam's working hard. I can tell.
This is Newt Gingrich, and Rick and Bubba once again are just going to make your life exciting, your morning happy, and they're going to be a little crazed, but then that is Rick and Bubba.
Off the cuff.
And she lets her.
Newt's one of those.
And
that,
when we get behind
closed doors.
You know, all his songs kind of that same meter to it, didn't it?
What was that?
The same meter.
Oh, sure.
Who's Silver Fox?
Look, there
There he is, right in our studio.
There he is when he's on.
You remember the day before when they come here with dogs and everything, and the
Yeah.
Secret Service? And,
Oh yeah,
Yeah, we've had quite the
Rubbing your face while you talk about it.
We had
know what it was.
How about we've had quite a bit of interaction with Secret Service.
Yeah. I got to tell Greg, this is his beard that's coming in. It's the best that's come in. You know, I know normally you have like little spots where you're like it doesn't come
Shall I
in.
let it go?
Keep going.
Did you fertilise it?
I may have.
Yeah.
This
You taking
Greg,
something for your
come on in.
testosterone?
Huh?
Are you taking something for your low T? Is that what it is?
No,
Speedy, have you been in there eating sweets?
he's
again?
had. He's
He
stirred
come
up
out
right
of
there.
there wide
It was
open.
Sing us that song.
You know,
It was a muffin.
Hey, for a minute, he kind of came out there like that basketball player ready to shake hands.
It was the muffin. I added
Yeah,
it.
he's throwing punches like crazy. Is that the new healthy muffin you getting?
What's that?
You see how my mouth didn't say healthy?
It's
enough?
too good to be healthy. There's no way.
Ain't no way. It's a good
Helmsy
muffin.
ordered me yogurt and a
And
muffin. and a muffin yesterday, and I really liked the muffin. I think that's my last go at it, but I liked it.
It's not your last go at it. I've seen.
I think it is. I think it is.
Your life with sweets. I've seen it.
It's just one day.
Yeah.
2 days actually.
Yeah,
2 days.
I know you've been to Coleman getting boots. I mean, give it some back. Well, Coleman not as close as you thought.
Well, but exit 304 is only 40 minutes away.
Yeah, but throw a little traffic in there.
You know, throw your son in the car, have a good old time.
A little further than you thought.
Yeah, I let him play DJ. We had fun.
You think it's right above Gardendale, but it's really not.
Right.
There's a gap.
Every time I'm going.
I mean, there's Decatur, Priceville.
I make that mistake.
I showed Reese, the boss, is what you're talking about. We went up there to get some boots. I showed him the exit that the Titans game mishap happened.
Oh, wow.
And the store.
Oh, wow.
And he said, Dad, this is weird. He said, this is the exit we get off. One of their friends has a farm, and they always go there. They duck hunt.
So he drives by it?
I've been in that store. And I'm like, well, if you've ever been in that
Well, you've
bathroom,
ruined it for him now. Nobody wants to go in the convenience store where your dad crapped his pants. Nobody wants
why
to do
didn't
that.
put it like that?
I think he should go
I
by
did
there and also leave a deuce. Just keep it in the family. Keep it in the family. And let it soak.
See, y'all are out of control.
You started this whole thing. It was totally on you. Every bit of it. You go over and start poking at a line, he'll come roaring out. You know what?
Just sitting here watching Speedy swim upstream.
We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
of gravy, please.
21 minutes now past the hour. Up. And there.
Jingle bells, jingle bells.
There it comes. There it comes.
Jingle all the way.
Let's go.
Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open
It is time for the 12 working days of Christmas. We will go 12 gifts on 12 working days. And today it is gift number 1. Bubba, tell me what they're going to be calling for today.
Rick, it is the Apple HomePod Mini. It is space gray. It fills the entire room with rich 360-degree audio. Siri works through it. And it is a retail value of over $99. Now, Rick, you can listen to music. You can, if you use Apple's Home system, you can control your automation through it. So it is kind of the hub for everything going on at your house.
So, and will it play the Rick and Bubba show for
It
you?
will. It will. You know, I love going into stores that sell these things and tell them to play Rick and Bubba and leave.
Oh, I love that. And we're just sitting there. All right, so now we get down to what number caller
here we
do
go.
we want to go with here?
Well, Rick, you know, Christmas is the 25th, so
Yeah,
you know that's a good pure number.
Yeah, you want to go just
That
25?
get you through the lines a few times.
Yeah, 25?
I think so.
All right, so caller 25 for gift number 1. Are you ready?
I'm
Everybody
ready.
good? Here we go. All right, there's caller 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So there's caller 21. There's caller 22. You want to take this next one and say hello? Hey, Rick and Bubba's show. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Roger out of Brookwood.
Oh, Roger, you were caller 23.
So close.
Thanks, fellas.
Okay, thank you, man. All right, what about this one? Hi, Rick and Bubba's show. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Duncan, and I'm northbound on 59.
Duncan, what caller do you think you are?
I ain't got a clue.
24. Missed it by 1.
24.
Golly. Missed it. Oh, golly.
Oh, man.
So sorry.
I have nothing.
I mean, you can't even,
you can't even.
I mean. All right, so here we go. Hi, Rick and Bubba's show. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Ryan, Birmingham.
Ryan, you were caller 25. You're in the money. You did it, Ryan. You did it, buddy. You did it. Ryan, how long you been listening to the Rick and Bubba show?
Since Gadsden days, as long as I can remember.
All right, Bubba, tell him what he's won.
He's won the Apple HomePod Mini. It's a space gray color, and you can get great sound out of this very small control unit or control your home, Siri, whatever you want to do. Check the weather, the news. Rick, it just does it all. It is a great little personal assistant.
Well, Ryan, well done. Thank you for listening to the program. How do you hear the program on ZZK?
Yeah, here in Birmingham, 104.7.
104.7 WZZK. All right, let me put you on hold. We'll get all your information, and we'll ship this right to you, okay?
All right, thank you.
Greg will probably try to talk him into coming up here.
Oh,
Yeah, if you want to, if he's in
He
Birmingham.
loves when he loves.
Well,
when-
I mean, that's hey, in today's world, you've seen this stuff laying in ditches everywhere.
Yeah, he loves it.
That's a different company. but
Hey,
still.
Rick and Bubba's show. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, this is Adam St. John calling from Florida right now.
Adam, you are 1 off. You're 26.
Caller 26.
Oh, dude.
Hey, you know what you get though? Nothing.
Greg.
Greg, you don't have to rub it in.
Yeah, thanks,
This
buddy.
makes me so uncomfortable.
Thank you, buddy. Yeah, have you noticed, though, we're doing it late in the live show? Notice the quality of the phones.
Yeah.
Quality of the phones are much better.
Well, they've been
Hey,
calling
Rick.
and hanging up all morning. So they ought to be.
Hey, Rick and Bubba's show. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Allison from Oklahoma.
Oh, my goodness. Oklahoma.
Oklahoma.
What part of Oklahoma?
Tulsa.
Tulsa, Oklahoma. How you get the show there?
She just wants to know.
On TuneIn.
Oh, tune in. Okay. You were caller 27. I missed it by
So
2
close.
calls.
So close.
2 calls.
Oh,
Good news, though. You know what you do get.
You know what you
Good
get?
news. You know what you do get.
That's nothing.
What?
Greg,
Nothing.
Nothing.
Don't say
That's
that.
right.
Thank you. Thanks for supporting the show.
Yeah,
Thank
thank
you very
you,
much.
and try
That's
again
alt.
tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks for calling.
Rick, the big old alt.
Oklahoma.
Is that enough?
Yeah, I think.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because if you're 3 calls off, it still stings, but it doesn't doesn't sting like 26, 27.
Yeah.
And 24 stung.
Yeah.
Yeah. 23 stung.
Speedy.
I'll pass this over.
There it goes,
so
right
that
there.
Greg and the Glacier can get that. That's it.
Yeah, let's hope it doesn't end up in a ditch somewhere.
I hope the Glacier don't take the Titanic down.
That's one driver, Rick.
We had
actually it's two.
we had a story
We done found another
that
one.
about 450 packages shipped via FedEx had been found in Blount County, Alabama, which is about an hour north, round figure. And we thought this was an isolated incident. FedEx is, investigating this internally. They said they narrowed it down to who it was. And then, guess what? We had somebody else make a discovery in Chilton County, which is about an hour the other way from Birmingham.
Guys, please look
So
at the
these
picture.
these are not the same person. These are different incidences where people have just dumped packages that were supposed to be overnight out in the woods.
Where do you get to that point?
It's a lot of chewy
where you
boxes.
go. I look. I know. I'm
Yes.
probably going.
Look at
But
all
right
the-
now, I
there's a lot
must
of
be
dog
done.
food in that stack right there.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, I've been waiting on the package down here in Chilton County, and you can't even have your package.
That's crazy.
Y'all, they barcode
concerning.
and they trace every single package. Every single package goes through Memphis with FedEx and then to its location. Even if it's going across the street and you're in San Francisco, it goes to Memphis and it comes back. They track every detail of it. You can get an app and see where it is. Internally, they know where it is at every second. How in the world do people think they're going to get away with throwing them in the woods and just going home?
I guess they're so frustrated and they're just short-sighted and they go, I just need this to end now and I'll worry about the rest later.
Hey, I was waiting
Yes,
on the
so.
package
Carry your
to
truck
come to
back
me.
and quit. You know,
Hey,
If you're this person, you know they're going to get you. Do you go, well, at least I ain't the only one? You know,
well, I
somebody
guess
else
you
already
do
did.
feel better.
well, who wants to be in a cell with two people? I mean, come on.
Hey, and I was waiting on a package from Des Moines East.
What's that?
Des Moines East. Iowa.
Hour?
I was waiting on one from Des Moines East. Des Moines East. I mean, roll tide. So anyway, yeah, but I don't understand this thing of now our society's become so soft, and we're so to the point that we can't cope with anything. We now have delivery drivers that can't cope with the responsibility and the demand of a lot of people ordering stuff. I just can't even cope with it. I just dump it off in the woods, and whatever happens, happens.
Right.
Wow.
But like you said, Greg, somebody said, "Well, I'm not the only one."
Yeah, I ain't the only one lost my mind.
Not the only one.
Was this FedEx again?
Misery loves
different
company.
Is this a different company or FedEx again?
I think it was
That's
FedEx.
Again?
FedEx.
Wow.
Hey, HR, what are you doing?
Hello, HR.
I know it's tough out there, FedEx. But, Rick, they were such the gold standard for delivery for so long because you'd always think if something went wrong, well, if I'd have done it with FedEx, I'd have got here.
It's country now. Everything we touch, we ruin. You know, it's like we can't even. We've taken this what we used to all just brag about it, like you said, the standard. Now we got drivers dumping packages off in the woods.
Like nobody cares.
Do you realize what it's like to have for one of those to be your package to get that straightened out? Can you even
And you know
imagine?
the calls that come in. Hey, where's my package?
Sure.
We sent it.
Bottom of the hour. We'll be back. We got more to cover on today's program. Congratulations to our winner, Ryan, out of Birmingham. He has received gift 1 of the 12 working days of Christmas. Tomorrow, Lord willing, gift number 2. And it might as well go to you.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we work our way back. And a big old congratulations to Ron Hubbard out of Pelham, Alabama, listening at 104.7 WZZK. He takes home gift number 1, Apple HomePod Mini, and he can fill the entire room with rich 360-degree audio with Siri assistance. He's just got the Rick and Bubba Show easier than ever before. So there you go. Another gift comes your way tomorrow. Cord Buddy, here, we try to let you know about these gift ideas. Now, our friend Travis Perry over there in Dothan, Alabama, has plenty of guitars in the warehouse right now. So if you're looking to give the gift of the Cord Buddy, but also a guitar, because he says right now he has a lot of great guitars, and he's got a great price, but he also is not having any shipping issues right now. So that's good. U.S.-based warehouse, see, he didn't have to bring it. And so if you're looking for guitars and you want to be sure you get it in time, then you go to cordbuddy.com right now and you check out the great selection Travis has got on guitars. But you also want to get a Cord Buddy with that as well, because you want the person getting the guitar, if they don't know how to play, then they want to play the first day, and they can do that with the Cord Buddy. It's a great training piece of equipment that if you remember when he brought it on the Shark Tank, did real well with that. And it's because the first day you have the guitar, you put the Cord Buddy on the neck, and you're playing chords by simply pushing buttons. It's like training wheels on a bicycle. And then as you learn to hold the chords yourself, you can take off the Cord Buddy, and you're on your way. So get a Cord Buddy or the great selection of guitars that they have at cordbuddy.com. And again, the shipping issues you're hearing from a lot of people, they're not having them, because everything they have, they operate right here in the United States of America and right out of Sweet Home, Alabama. So go to cordbuddy.com. That's cordbuddy.com or rickandbubba.com. You'll find their link on the sponsors button as well. Well, Bubba, I'm going to read something to you right now,
It, Rick,
and I mean, it's going to bring a cold chill when I bring this up. But this is the headline: President Biden to unveil winter plan for fighting COVID-19. So the Biden administration, they're going to let us know what the winter plan is. Now, last time I checked, we were going to lock everything down for 6 weeks. And get on the other side of this.
You mean 2 years ago?
Yeah, this virus. Now that was 2 years and some change ago. Now, really, are we 2 years?
It was
March?
spring of 2020.
Okay, so we're about to be at 2 years. So
basically, 20 and 21 have all been COVID years.
I remember March 1 is when it all started. So we're approaching 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
So Psaki is out there. We got a new variant now, and we've got our first case in California.
Sure.
Omicron.
Omicron.
Of course, don't miss the first person in California to get it fully vaccinated. Please don't miss that.
Yeah, traveled in from South Africa.
Yep. So anyway, let's go to.
Don't you think that it should have been someone who was not vaccinated was the first?
You would have
because it's so highly. Do you realize how highly contagious we've been told each variant is as it goes
out
up?
of control?
It is so contagious now that we all should wake up with it in the morning.
Yes, right. And of course, terror strikes us because 99% of us won't die from it.
All right.
But anyway,
if you're in the 1%, it's bad.
It is.
We've all lost friends and family, but good night. Come on.
I know. Well, you go back to what we were talking about earlier in the week with another great charity that's out there talking about safe driving, and once again. My driving out there every day, the most dangerous thing I do, far exceeds my terror of a virus. But anyway, so Psaki's got to talk about that. We can't quite seem to get this thing put away, and her nemesis Peter Doocy is ready.
Oh boy, he had some numbers yesterday that were bad, and the president got hung with his own speech again.
Yep. So here we go. Here's Peter Doocy talking to Psaki. If you remember, everybody was really on Trump about all the people that have died during the Trump administration.
Biden was on him.
Yeah, he was. Biden himself. Here comes Peter Doocy wanting to ask Psaki if she's aware of some of the latest numbers. Here we go.
A lot of talk about the first Trump-Biden debate today, but at the second one, in 2020, when roughly 220,000 Americans had already died of COVID, Joe Biden said about Trump, anyone who is responsible for that many deaths should not remain as president of the United States of America. Is that still the standard now that more Americans have died under President Biden than President Trump?
Well, I think the fundamental question here is, what are you doing to save lives and protect people? And the former president was suggesting people inject bleach. He apparently, reportedly, didn't even share with people he was going to interact with that he had tested positive for COVID himself. He continued to provide a forum for misinformation, which probably led to people not taking steps forward to protect themselves, to wear masks, to eventually get vaccinated.
Hey, Psaki, listen, all that. Listen, you sound like a tap dancer on ice. Okay.
Yeah.
He asked you a simple question. Joe Biden said 220-something thousand people have died. That is unfit for an American president. More people have now died under Biden. Does he feel the same way? The point is, he's caught in his own words, and you don't know how to get out of it.
And by the way,
and no one said inject yourself with bleach. That was a joke.
That didn't happen.
That was a joke, and he said it as a question anyway.
Now Ducey doubles down, and he's basically going to say whatever happened to President Biden's promise to shut down the virus. Here we go.
Okay, to the questions from earlier about messaging, whatever happened to President Biden's promise to shut down the virus?
We're working on it, Peter.
But that answer wasn't good enough when Trump was working on it.
No.
And by the way, Biden was handed vaccines when he went in.
Yep, from Trump, by the way, who also was trying to do Operation Warp Speed.
You can say what you want to, like, dislike. That's fine. Everybody's entitled to their opinion.
Sure.
The things that Trump did immediately, Operation Warp Speed gave us a fighting chance today. Do I blame Biden really for what has happened? No, because you can't blame the president for a pandemic. But by the same token, they shouldn't have blamed Trump for it.
Right.
But they took their liberty to blame Trump. So it's always then fair to blame them for their shortcomings in this by the very rule they set up to judge Trump by.
That's fair, but it's all become so political. And keep another thing we must remember: the vaccine that was rushed to market. The rush to market was so concerning that Vice President Kamala Harris, before she was vice president, said that she would be very, very leery of taking a vaccine that was rushed to market.
And the science became political from there on.
And then when she became vice president, you're evil if you don't take the vaccine. Now, if President Trump was still president and he was telling us all to take the vaccine, the left would be screaming, "What a tyrannical dictator!" And
Rick, he was
and then it will become mod.
He was called every phobe under the sun because he shut down travel from China.
Mm-hmm. Right.
What are we doing right now? We've just shut down travel from South Africa.
Obviously, we didn't get. We missed one that got into California.
Right.
But anyway,
you know what?
Little late.
Day late, dollar short.
Hey, nobody panic though. He's fully vaccinated. But anyway, but what we would have, I'm telling you, if President Trump had won a second term and he was pushing the vaccine, which he was, by the way. Now, from what we hope, he wasn't going to get to the point where you were going to be mandated to take it, but he wanted everybody to take it, and he said he worked on getting this done. Warp speed, okay? Pharmaceutical companies did very well under Trump.
Rick,
okay?
he brought in the Defense Act where he basically federalized some car manufacturers to make ventilators and other things.
Yeah.
I mean, that was – and by the way, there's also a report out today. You know, the border has been a total disaster.
Yep.
One of my favorite things is every time Fauci gets up and starts telling everybody how dangerous everything is, to ask him about people walking into the country untested, unvaccinated.
It's a lot of fun to watch him.
If you want to see another one on ice, do it looking like Gene Kelly out there. I mean, Gregory Hines would appreciate some of that footwork. You know?
Absolutely.
So come on, people.
But what would you
just be honest. You can't spin everything to look good for your team, and you can't spin everything for the other guy to be bad. Just be straight. Let's look again back like this other thing. Why don't we have a common goal here to end the pandemic? Why don't we work together for that and not trample freedom while we're doing it?
Right. And Trump supporters need to be of conviction, too. They don't need to be saying, well, if Trump was telling us to take it, we'd be telling everybody they should take it. I didn't see as much of that because he got booed by suggesting that
I started
at a
to say, in as big a hometown rally as President Donald J. Trump could have, he was booed when he mentioned vaccine. He wasn't prepared for that.
Right. Yeah. But
didn't exactly know what to do with it.
No.
There's just a lot of people who, at that point in the game, were anti-vaccine, at least it being forced on them as a mandate.
But you would see if President Trump had won a second term and he was out saying the federal government will mandate you taking this vaccine, people who don't take vaccines are evil. You need to be vaccinated, and we'll make you be vaccinated if we can find the power to do it. You would not only see the left losing their mind about the experimental vaccine and the tyrannical dictator that's trying to make us take it. You would see artists in concerts strumming their guitar, and I'm not going to be forced to take a vaccine by a tyrannical government. And I'm not playing any city that makes free people take a vaccine, and this evil dictator must be stopped. And I've written a song about it. But now,
strum again. What was it? How does it sound?
Yeah, but now
you got a chord buddy on that?
Yeah. So there's no conviction. There's no conviction. There's no science. No. It's all preferred science and politics. That's all it is.
Mm-hmm.
And just this evil man with his orange color is making us take a vaccine against our own will. You wouldn't hear any of this. You're an evil person for making your own choice. You wouldn't hear any of that. The government would be evil under Trump, and it's the answer under Biden. 14 minutes to the top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Family Christmas. Merry Christmas from the backwoods to you. Merry Christmas if you are passing through. Merry Christmas.
the gravy, please.
9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back, 866 We Be Big. Thank you for being with us. The first gift of Rick and Bubba Christmas has been given out. Tomorrow, you know now, as we roll to the end of the show, that tomorrow, an opportunity for you to get gift number 2 and also the giant wheel of meat all tomorrow. So be paying attention for that. All right, so which one you? Oh,
Tesla.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. All right, first of all, and we'll get that. We'll get that one in too, Bubba. But first of all, I want to show this because I think it's a good sign, and I do believe it's how we're going to have to live our lives going forward. Hey, listen, COVID, the SARS, whatever it's called, it's not going away. But it is getting less severe, and we are learning to live with it. And we do have more treatments. We got vaccinations. We've got natural antibodies. We are moving in a positive direction as far as hospitalizations and death. But I do not think we're going to achieve the goal of no one ever gets any of the variants from COVID ever again. It's not going to be eradicated. It's going to be brought under control and be like we have the flu seasons and all this kind of stuff. I saw yesterday, one of the doctors said, some of the flu variants that we have right now go all the way back to like the 50s.
Oh yeah,
and stuff like that. But the good news is it is getting less deadly, and that's great news. New York City, the Rockefeller Center tree lighting ceremony drew one of the largest crowds in Manhattan since the start of the pandemic, as tens of thousands gather. And this is good to see that people in New York and up north are going back out, getting outside in big crowds and lighting the Christmas tree. So here it is. That's a show enough big tree, as they say. There it is, Bubba. Merry Christmas, Bill Bubba Buses.
You ever been to Rockefeller Center during Christmas? I have too. It's really pretty.
Really nice.
New York is to me the best time of year to be there.
It is probably not going to go back until there's some changes in the government.
Yeah, I think I'll just say El Skippo.
Yeah, stepping in human feces, not my favorite thing.
Yeah, I think I'll wait till the communist is gone.
But anyway, it's Christmas time in the city is special. If you've never gotten to do that before,
it's Christmas
and it's good to see people get back out there and let's see the tree. Let's get back out there and let's see the tree. Bubba, and I didn't tell you this earlier, but Bubba showed me
the Tesla clip,
video
number 4.
Video
please.
4. Bubba's drawback like a flip.
I wanted to see what it was because I missed this somewhere.
Tesla has announced an all-electric cyber quad for kids. The price tag for Christmas, $1,900.
15-mile range, 10 mile an hour. So this is like an ATV.
Look at that thing.
Like a little mini ATV for the little ones.
A little 80 there.
Yeah, a little 4-wheeler.
A little 90.
Little quad there.
I like that.
It does look like a 90.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that. I guess it's an electric 90.
If we just give Elon long enough, he's going to come up with a lot of cool stuff.
Yeah.
$1,900
for that right there.
He's a little unhappy with his Raptor engine production, but other than that,
I tell you what, I'll give him $1,200. They'll like it. So
if you get a little 80 or 90, what do they run the gas models? They're $1,200.
$1,200. That's what I'm saying. They're about $1,200. So
it ain't all that.
No, it's not. It's not that far off. So that
plug it into your charging station next to your Tesla.
It's called the Cyber Quad.
Yeah,
is that what it's called?
Cyber Quad.
Yeah. Okay. So there it is. Also, Michigan school shooting suspect Ethan Crumbly charged with terrorism and murder. Those that are charging the 15-year-old, saying based on the recorded videos, there was nothing impulsive about this. It was cold blood killing that was planned and carried out.
He was there prior to this with his parents for a teacher conference meeting about his behavior.
Really?
Right?
Yeah, I didn't know that. Yeah.
Wow.
But,
very strange.
Also, we had yesterday. I don't think we got to it. Y'all might have played it, but we were moving Big Boy. The video audio from inside one of the rooms that he's trying to get into, and he's pretending like he's a police officer. Yeah. And then one of the kids inside said he heard bro or dude or something like that, and they said an officer wouldn't say that.
Yeah, and they all ran out. They ran out the other way. Yeah, we didn't play that. I did see that yesterday.
Yeah, that was
smart of those kids when he was trying to say, "Come on out, it's clear," and they're like, "We're not comfortable with that yet." And then he says, "Come on out, bro."
Yeah,
and they were like, "What?"
Yeah, cop wouldn't say
and they
that.
went out the other side, which was smart.
You're very smart.
Is it Waukesha? As I say it, Waukesha Christmas parade alleged killer alleged. I mean, yeah.
Tell the trial.
But anyway, all right. His mom is not blaming her son. She's blaming the lack of mental health services. He obviously has some mental problems. Now, she's not blaming people who maybe, if you have mental problems, some of the things that we're saying about the Rittenhouse verdict would have caused you to do something like that. They're conveniently leaving that out. But anyway, that she's saying that it is the lack of mental health services why these people died, not because their son was rebel-roused or did something evil. So that's there. Bubba, you mentioned this one as the Biden administration continues to obsess over Orange Man. Orange Man evil. The U.S.-Mexico deal, we're now announcing that we're going to reinstate Trump's remain in Mexico policy.
What? What are you telling me? The policy that was in place that you day one you had to do away with everything Trump had done instead of just looking at everything for what it was, and now you think, wow, maybe stay in Mexico is the best deal.
Orange Man help border. Orange Man not so bad.
Really?
Yeah, maybe when you're in the middle of a pandemic, maybe a wide open border kind of stops all the attempts.
That and tens of thousands of more people trekking across Mexico as we speak.
Orange Man makes sense. So anyway, we're back now.
Maybe the policy just was a good policy to have. It had nothing to do with Orange Man.
Yeah, maybe vetting people out in Mexico is better than vetting them out after they're here and say, I'm sorry, I missed my meeting.
Yeah, and then you never see them again.
Right.
Because that's what happens with 99% of them.
Bubba, are you excited about the brightest comet of the year, Leonard?
I saw that. I'm not really up on Leonard, but I'll give it a look. See what I can come up with.
You want this story from USA Today on how you can see it?
Yeah, I do. I thought you were going to tell me.
No, it looks like
you're just going to hand it to me?
It looks like it's too long.
It's in the mornings, right?
Yeah.
Don't we see it in the morning up to the middle of December?
Said it'll be one of the most visible this year.
But you still need binoculars.
You might Leonard? Yeah, it says binoculars and telescopes. You should be able to see it in the sky.
There is something about a comet, though, that's kind of, it goes, it really goes back to the beginning of the solar system. It's just a rock that never became a planet or a moon, and, hey, she's still swerving around out there.
December 14th, you can see it in the night sky. Beginning December 14th.
That's kind of cool.
They said you can find it. They said unless you live in Antarctica, you can find it now.
That'll be day 9, 12 working days of Christmas.
For some reason, Antarctica you can't see it there. Bubba, you probably know why. But they're saying if you pay attention, you can even see it now. But you can really see it on December 14th, starting there.
I'm going to check it out.
All right. Top of the hour. If you're leaving us, have a great day. Thanks for being with us. Catch more Rick and Bubba next time.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on that blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick